Okay, Google, switch off the light.
had, I was watching this is where he just the dog with a bone. He's not letting up. And it's fun, entertaining stuff. This is exactly what I wanted from this movie. I was like, to be entertaining. It was, for the most part. I mean, the movie's ridiculous, but it does fly in the realm of ridiculous. Then, for the most part, that works for the movie. Is the last act pretty much hard target? Yeah, but I think the movie makes it through some mistakes. And of course, there's going to be someone behind someone, the guy behind the guy. The guy behind the guy ends up being the lady behind the guy, Sharon Stone. Sharon Stone in this movie is awesome. Nobody feels like Sharon Stone's making up for the fact that she didn't make it two Hammond scenes in the Catwoman movie. She was ridiculous to the degree that doesn't line up. To the degree that stands out like a broken arm on a floating torso. How does this guy running a small town? They're going to go like a cartoon. Yeah, this movie with her and only her is too close to cartoon stuff. When it was us taking on the corruption in a small town with corrupt sheriff, I was locked in. I didn't question anything. You almost feel like someone was like, yeah, but the first cut of this movie is only an hour 15 minutes. We need to give it a little more time. We can add 15 more minutes with Sharon Stone coming in as the big bad. I was more invested with Colin Hanks' character and other shady elements in the movie that take that opportunity to make other characters more sympathetic than they were in person. And I'm surprised. I really still could have done that without such a fun exchange with daddies. In the end, I enjoyed Nobody 2. I think Nobody 1 is a better film overall. Maybe it's just more surprising stuff more. That Lightning in a Bar was the first movie that a sequel just can't capture, but that's pretty simple. Nobody 2 is pretty entertaining. The action fun, the creative, the fights are engaging, but the pure extent of fights is one to go on vacation with his family and start messing with his kids. And then time's up. I myself have done fine with Nobody 2. No alcohol is fine. Okay, as for the rest of this nonsense, this is all the result of motorcycle versus car. A car driver who wasn't paying attention and a motorcycle rider, that's me, who didn't have time to react. Hit the car together. Blue tumbles to work. One's broken and I mean broken. Snapped in half, 2 ribs and 3 broken ribs later. Broken ribs in my back, which makes a lot of things hurt. I'm telling you about this for a couple reasons. One, I'm going to look a little funky in videos to come, but just so you know, for the next few weeks at least, I'm not going to be able to make these things stream the movie. There's also one that's got great manual transmission, and it is, because you can see what's going on. Some kind of relegated taking ride share to the world of movie theater. I'm getting a ride from a friend, a family member, and let's pay for the movie ticket. We can watch the movie and put my dad and I there after that. I really thankful and appreciate that you appreciate the patience and people that use the movie when the movies come out rather than events. Fellow writers, let's say that. And fellow drivers, please watch out for motorcycles. Or even Nobody 2. Have you seen the flex? If you see better what we've got, comment below, let me know, and the ability to listen to hear you want it some more. It's right here to see you all. Hello, friends, and welcome back to Stories About Insanity. Let's start today's video with a story about 4 seasoned restaurant pros who give reviews beer at Applebee's for looking too drunk, even though they haven't had a single drink. But before we begin, best way to support our channel is to leave comments, like, and subscribe with a turned-on bell so you don't miss a new video every single day. Here we go. Manager denied a straight sport looking drunk. Months later, she asked me for a job. About 20 years ago, 3 of my buddies and I decided to grab dinner on a Saturday night. Keep in mind that this wasn't just your average group of diners. All 4 of us were either owners or managers in the bar and restaurant industry. We knew the game. We understood how things worked behind the scenes, and we always tried to treat service workers with the same respect we expected in our own places. So there we were. 4 seasoned hospitality veterans rolling up to an Applebee's around 7 p.m. Prime time, and we figured we'd have to wait for a table. No problem. We sit outside, laughing and chatting, just catching up on life. Sure, we were a lively bunch, but nothing obnoxious. No yelling, no slurred words, no stumbling. Just some friendly banter among people who spent years behind the bar and in the kitchen. Eventually, our names got called. We were seated, we placed our drink orders, a couple beers, nothing crazy. But not some things to manager shows up, flashing an overly rehearsed customer service grade smile. She says, "I'm sorry, gentlemen, but no one prohibits serving alcohol to get it for obviously intoxicated. No, listen, we know the rules. No bartender wants to lose their job over an overserved customer, and we respect that. But there's a difference between being drunk and simply being in a good mood. We hadn't had a single moment that night yet. We certainly weren't acting out of line. So we saw there was no use in arguing. She made up her mind we weren't going to beg for a beer, so we stood up, didn't say a word, and walked out. Conveniently, there was a Ruby Tuesday right next door. We walked in, sat at the bar, and ordered a round of sodas while we waited for a table. We told the bartender what had just happened at Applebee's, half expecting another awkward scene. Instead, the bartender just laughed. "Yeah, that sounds about right for them," he said. A few minutes later, their manager came out to talk to us herself. After hearing our story, she just shook her head and said, "Well, you guys clearly aren't drunk. First round's on the house." And that's how you treat me. Fast forward about 3 months later, that Applebee's closed down. Could have been poor management, maybe that number, who knows. But we weren't surprised. Fast forward another couple of months, and I'm behind the bar at my own restaurant when a familiar face walks through the door. It's her. The same Applebee's manager who turned us away that night, but she doesn't recognize. She approaches and asks if we're hiring. I tell her we might be and ask for her name, experience, and a copy of her resume. Coincidentally, one of the guys who was with us that night happens to be sitting at the bar. We exchange a knowing glance, but keep straight faces. I give her resume, nodding politely, then say, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear your old place shut down. You've got some experience, and under different circumstances, you'd probably make a great addition to the team." She perks up a little. "But unfortunately," I continue, "I've got a pass. You see, I have a policy here. We don't turn away customers without letting them explain themselves." Now she's confused. Eyes narrowing, trying to keep it together. I smile. "You don't remember, do you? Applebee's Saturday night, a table of 4 guys. She told us we looked drunk before we even ordered a drink." Her face goes pale. She stammers something about not remembering, then asks for her resume back and practically sprints out the door. Moral of the story? Be careful whose butt you kick on the way up, because you might have to kiss it on the way back down. That's why I try to be kind to everyone. I have no idea who the person is that I'm interacting with. Maybe they're terrible, maybe they're amazing. It's no effort to be nice, so why not play it safe? The worst case scenario is that I put a little sunshine in someone's life that might appreciate it. And our second story. She snapped, "I know how to count." Now too shy. I was at Costco last month buying a crap load of heavy whipping cream, maple syrup, and half and half. I was making my special drink that I always give out during the holidays. You know how Costco has that big section full of empty boxes for us to take? Well, yeah, I took a bunch of them and put my ingredients in them so I wouldn't have to manually put each one in my car. I was probably buying close to 20 of each, so I had enough to give all my family members, friends, co-workers, neighbors, etc. I did self-checkout so the poor cashier wouldn't have to scan like 70-plus items. Got my long receipt and made my way over to the receipt goblins at the exit. At my Costco, most receipt goblins just glance at your cart and then just swipe your receipt. They're also lazy to count through it all, however. Well, the lady I had started off looking through my cart, seeing what all I bought. After she realized how much stuff there was, she asked, "How many of these are there?" while pointing to the box holding both heavy whipping cream and half and half cartons. To be honest, I couldn't even remember how many I bought, so I just started manually counting each one in front of her. That's her job, but I didn't mind counting and helping her out. Now this is where she caught me off guard. Not even a couple seconds into me counting out loud, she snapped in a condescending tone, "I know how to count. I want to know how many of these," while pointing to a carton of half and half. I'm thinking, "Lady, why I'm counting?" But all right, whatever. I replied back, "Okay, I don't remember how many I bought, but since you know how to count, you're more than welcome to." She just glares at me and starts manually counting them all. After finishing counting all 70-plus items, she hands me back my receipt. While trying to avoid eye contact, I just say thank you and wish her a better day. My thoughts set up makes it so difficult to shoplift, and they personally glance at her receipt. All is really needed. I'll go to shoplift after a purchase that night. And in the store you literally have to pay to enter. And our next story. He demanded I move my crap to Tucson. Joke's on him. It's my reserved spot. I had just started my new post as a night security officer at a high-rise office complex in downtown Phoenix. 8 stories of banks, suites, and law firms, all wrapped in sweet glass and air-conditioned calm. My job is to stand guard, keep the peace, and make sure everyone leaves with a friendly, have a good night. The kid came with a perk, sort of. Out front in the underground garage, there were 2 reserved spots, one for the building tenant who paid extra to park there, and the other for the on-duty officer. Since I was covering the evening shift, the closer spot was mine. I rolled in about 4:45 p.m., parked my perfectly average black Hyundai Tucson in one of the spots, and walked in with my gear. I was feeling pretty chill. First wave of after-hours people were heading out, lots of friendly smiles, and thanks, officer. Then he walked in. Enter Bill, mid-60s, tan like leather, gold watch glaring, polo shirt so stiff, it gives salute. The kind of guy who had a guy for everything since the 80s. He strides right up to me like he owns the damn building. Billy, excuse me, someone's in my spot. Me, professional tone engaged. Yeah, I understand how frustrating that can be, sir. Just so you know, I'm with Paramount Security. We handle the main building. The garage itself is managed separately. Their office is actually across the street from me. So I'm not interested in the runaround. I'm calling the ghost shop. Still, I offer to walk out with him to see the vehicle he's referring to. We step outside. Me. So a white Escalade? No, what? No, that's my car. It's that piece of crap Tucson next to it. I blame. That's my car. The transformation was immediate. He turned crimson like a Disney villain, powering up. Face folds, his jaw clenched. So, you're in my spot. Move your damn car. It hit me that this guy was actually losing his mind over parking while his own car was undisturbed and the other reserved space barely 10 inches away. No joke, he was closer to the door than usual. Me. Sir, one of these 2 spots is designated for security during active duty. That's me. You're parking in a reserved space. You haven't lost anything. Bill, do you know who the hell you're talking to? He's down in my face, breath loaded with garlic and rage. I step back, resisting the urge to laugh. He's legit coughing like a toddler denying Jews. Me. This isn't worth yelling over. You're parked. I cannot leave my post, and frankly, I won't. He proceeds to follow me back inside, yelling the entire way, slamming his hands on my desk, demanding I park on the damn street and leave his spot. The cherry on top? He calls me a slur and throws his business card at me like a demon. I finally give him my first name and hand him the HR number, knowing full well they're impossible to reach after hours and don't handle anything related to the garage anyway. He snatches the info, mutters more profanity, and storms out. As a party gift, I hit him with the most sarcastic, grand-eyed combustion. Me. Have a wonderful evening, sir. Billy. Big F word. I start videotaping at that point. 2 distinct cases came back and snapped the thing of his license plate. But I did, because when my shift ended, I found another one of his business cards stuck under my windshield wiper like some passive-aggressive calling card. The entire meltdown happened because he had to park 10 inches left of his usual spot, and was actually closer to the end. Now, I always park in that same spot when I'm on shift. I make a point to wave and beam at everyone leaving the building, especially if Billy walks by. Weather reports me. I'm following policy. Scan can only confirm that he's the type of man who thinks reserve also includes the right to throw tantrums in public. My car? Not a chance. Have to learn how to live with those extra 10 inches. And our last one. HOA Karen broke into my house, ended her own career instead. I live in a fairly urban neighborhood, or at least it used to be quiet before Karen became HOA president. She's exactly the kind of person you think of when you hear HOA president. Bleached blonde helmet hair, oversized sunglasses, and the uncanny ability to weaponize the platform. I live here with my husband and our twin 15-year-old daughter. My dad, a police officer, lives across town. He's a calm, reasonable type. My husband's also a cop, but with a shorter fuse when it comes to people messing with our family. Karen has been days while staring at me like I'd left them in a war zone. The day it all went down. One Tuesday afternoon, I ran to the grocery store for maybe 20 minutes, leaving the girls at home. They were in the living room doing homework when they heard the front door unlocking. They froze. I always lock the door when I leave, and they knew my husband was at work. Then the door actually opened. One twin grabbed her phone and hit the panic button on our security system, which immediately called police, blasted the siren loud enough to shatter glass, and flashed the exterior strobe light. The other twin hid behind the couch, clutching the dog. And who stole her? Wearing her HOA badge and holding a clipboard like she's the Queen of England doing an inspection. She claimed she was conducting a welfare check because she heard my kids were home alone, and somehow she had a key. We later learned the previous owner had given her one for emergency years ago, and she just never gave it back. What she didn't know, every inch of our entryway had security cameras, audio too. You could clearly hear her mutter, "Let's see how she likes this," before stepping inside. Enter the cavalry. The panic alarm had already dispatched police. Two patrol cars pulled up within minutes, one of them carrying my husband, the other my dad. Karen immediately switched to the fake sweet mode. "Oh, officers, I was just making sure the children were safe." My dad, completely stone-faced, just said, "Karen, you're trespassing." My husband followed with, "And you're under investigation for unlawful entry. Step outside." The aftermath. Turns out breaking into someone's house without permission is shockingly a crime. Karen was charged with unlawful entry, fined, and ordered to complete community service. And here's the chef's kiss. Our HOA bylaws that anyone with a criminal record can serving on the board. Within a week, Karen was removed as president. No more petty letters, no more concerned comments. Now she walks her dog around the neighborhood with this permanent scowl like someone just told her every Starbucks in the state ran out of oatmeal. My daughters, they call her the HOA burglar. And yes, the camera footage may or may not have been posted in the neighborhood Facebook group, for education purposes, of course. Moral of the story, don't mess with a family that has cops in it, cameras in every corner, and teenage girls who can hit the panic button faster than you can say HOA violation. Next HOA meeting agenda, item number 1, how to return the keys you forgot to give back. Item number 2, why Karen's new nickname is Burglar Barbie. Hey guys, thanks a lot for watching the video. I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome to r/malicious compliance, where we share stories of people conforming to the letter, but not the spirit of a request. The first story. Apartment lackey tells us to spray bleach on a colored carpet to rid it of mold. Complex ends up having to replace the carpet, lining, and boards at their own expense. The second story. Struggling student faces Wi-Fi battles with family, but after his brother's outbreak, he devises a sly tech solution. Third story. When a disastrous prom date spirals into secrets, spiked drinks, and shady encounters, a fed-up teen chooses freedom. The fourth story. New PTO policy backfires. A dedicated salaried employee turns the system into a personal win, embracing mornings off, rest-free afternoons. The first story is, just put a little bleach on. My family has lived in this old, decrepit cesspit in an apartment complex for several number of years, and we're finally getting away. Now, when I say this place is old, I mean mid-40s or younger. The walls were paper thin, and the appliances, tiling, and carpet were older than I am. However, at the time we moved in, this was all we could afford. It wasn't plenty of a breath of fresh air for us. We had plenty of help getting our heavy roads out, and had enough to rent a van for the day. As we moved stuff around, we noticed a big black mark on the carpet in the living room, where the TV stand had been, and several smaller marks around our bedroom. We wrote them off as electrical burns for the first few hours. As we were finalizing our move, I noticed one of the legs of the TV stand was warped from water damage. Now, per apartment lease, we had to clean out the place as best we could. All washes would be taken from our deposit. We carefully examined these spots again and were not surprised. It was all black mold. I even pointed out numerous places in the walls that were warped from water damage. We did a quick estimate. The carpets were older than 10 years old. Apartment laws here are tricky. Broken items that are less than 10 years old are replaced at the expense of the renter's deposit. older than 10 years, is at the complex's expense. From the looks of the carpet when we moved in, it was clear that it hadn't been replaced. These thieves were doing everything they could to squeeze every last second out of these old day carpets, just to avoid having to pay out the nose to replace them. My mom then went to the front desk and warned them of the damage. The girl at the front desk couldn't have been older than 19. Her lack of knowledge was made further obvious by her lack of caring and her simple solution. Just spray some bleach on it. It won't kill you. Okay. We finished cleaning everywhere, scrubbing every surface, wearing masks as we did so, in the event of more mold. We left those spots untouched until the last minute. A neighbor had come to say goodbye, so we had her as a witness. She watched as we beautifully sprayed each affected area with bleach. Did I mention the carpets we had were painted the color of a brown eggshell? Not white. Not just for being blue. As we watched, the color around the mold went to wood bluish white. The mold now stood out even further. It cleared out and my dad did the final walk. The lady gave no indication that she knew of the mold. We finished up and got out of there. We drove back once to collect our deposit and could see in the windows of our old place. They were tearing out the carpet to put hardwood. More mold could be seen beneath the carpet lining and on the floorboard. Hey, for those who are confused as to why this is malicious compliance, I said at the beginning that the carpet is older than I am. This carpet is easily over 30 years old. They had tenant after tenant before us, using the same carpet. This was prevented because, and we're all 100% sure of this, they could use the same carpet for the next tenant after we left it alone, or cleaned it properly. And number two, to everyone saying they were going to replace it anyway, this isn't malicious compliance. As we were moving out, we spoke to numerous neighbors. Many had hardwood floors. Many more still had carpet. As they all talked about it, it was made clear that the complex wanted to try and screw us out of our deposit and simply patch the carpet in for the tenants that is replacing. Because we sprayed the areas with mold, areas that spanned a couple feet in total, we ended up ruining most of the carpet. Because of our spraying bleach, they couldn't reuse the carpet. Because we had paperwork to call them out, they couldn't charge us for the replacement. The second story is, my brother told me to never turn off the Wi-Fi on his phone. I said okay. For context, I live in Africa in a well-made city. I'm 21 and a student with a side job that I can do from home. Not that home Wi-Fi systems are always crappy, but I chose an okay plan that fit my budget after asking my family to chip in on the monthly bill. Sadly, this Wi-Fi can't handle multiple jobs so easily. When everyone has video streams running on their phones, laptops, and even TV up to 9 devices, it becomes so hard to work on my computer with the extremely slow internet. So evenings are the worst time for me to work, as everyone gets home and just wants to chill. I'm okay with that if they're helping with the paint. I told them about the issue, and the solution was that whenever we're not using the device, we shouldn't keep the Wi-Fi on and background data can hog up the connection. And most evenings I just have dinner and take a nap. And when I wake up, they'll have gone to sleep already, so I can work comfortably. I like the energy I get from waking up too. Back to my story. Last night everything went as usual. I woke up at 10:30 p.m. And everything is so tight. So tight. So I sit on my chair and try to load up my website. It took way longer than they should to show up. So I decided to go in the router terminal on my computer to see the list of devices connected to the Wi-Fi. My PC, my phone, my brother's iPad. I was like, oh well, I guess he had been waking up earlier. But I saw no lights coming from his room. I sneaked there and opened the door. He's sleeping and none of his devices were there. I go downstairs to the living room and I found his phone charging right by the TV. I say, he forgot to turn off the Wi-Fi. So I opened his phone and did it once. I searched for the iPad but couldn't find it. I went back to my room to find that the internet was still lagging but tolerable this time. I sat there for a few hours working until I got sleepy around 2 a.m. and then went to sleep. This morning at 5 a.m., my brother barges into my room angry and yells, "Did you turn off the Wi-Fi on my phone?" And me, rubbing my sleepy eyes, said, "Yeah." He yelled back, never touched my phone and turned off the Wi-Fi again, and slammed the door on his way out of the room. I think he was downloading a large file overnight. I got angry as I was woken up to hear this crap, and now I can't even go back to sleep. I thought about what he said, and the idea came to me. Here's the malicious compliance. I'm the only computer geek at home, so I managed the Wi-Fi instead. I got up immediately and got on my computer, opened my Wi-Fi console, and got to it. My router lets me create multiple SSIDs. I don't even know why. Basically, it means that from the same router, you can have two Wi-Fi signals with different names, like home and neighbors with different passwords. This feature always felt useful, if they were to take the internet from the same phone cable. So, I went and did it. I created a second SSID with some unrecognizable name. and I have never gotten along from day one. I don't know why my thought she could bring a third party without asking. We go out to dinner and things are going okay. Amelia then gets a text from some guy saying he was in the neighborhood and wanted to chat. My date says something's up with her hair, and we need to buy a hair product. We go into a pharmacy while Amelia waits for the guy. When we come out, we see this guy and he's literally homeless. A homeless guy chatting up a girl in a prom dress is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. We went back to the car, and she goes with him. The guy was in the area because his sister's boyfriend was cheating on her. He was going to beat him up. One of the reasons I didn't like Amelia was because she hung out. My date then tells me to try some watermelon. I drank it, and it had vodka. She knew full well I don't drink or smoke, so she had to trick me into drinking alcohol. Obviously, I take one sip and then put it down. She wasn't the last girl to try to drink, so I don't drink anything at parties. I don't care what other people do with their lives. I just don't want that crap inside of my body, and for some reason, people take issue with it. She then drives us to a random neighborhood, where a former classmate shows up to sell something. Another thing she failed to mention. In fact, she explicitly stated she wouldn't smoke that. By this point, I'm just irritated, and I'm not even looking forward to prom anymore. So on we go. We picked up yet another friend that she didn't tell me about. But this one was actually a decent human being, so I didn't have a problem. To be honest, the few minutes she was in the car with us were the only ones I didn't love. Prom was being hosted at a Marriott hotel. What none of us knew was it didn't have valet parking. My date and Amelia was planning to smoke in the parking garage and then walk up. But this put a wrench in their plans. She couldn't hand the car with something in it over to the valet, and she couldn't walk with it in her hand. They decided they're going to park 2 blocks away and then walk back. My date turns to talk to me. Her, is it okay if we smoke in front of you? Me, no. Her, then leave. So I did. I left the car and walked back to the hotel by myself. Once I got in, I ran into a guy, and he led me to a table where our friend group was sitting. I realized that I hadn't talked to any of these guys. My relationship with this girl was taking over my life, and we weren't even a couple, we were friends. Somehow, without realizing it, I had given up about 12 good friends for this one girl. When I got to the table, they all welcomed me like nothing was wrong. Most of my friends were single at the time, so we could dance together. I barely danced against girls, but I was at the table. I just had fun with my friends. I didn't talk to my date the whole night, and I haven't talked to her since. I don't regret it one bit. She and I ended up going to the same community college, so I kept seeing her for a while. We never spoke. I had no idea where she is, and I'm happy. The last story is mandatory half-day PTO. I've been with my company for 10 years. During that time, I've been hourly, then salaried, then back to hourly, and I've been salaried for the past few years. Hourly employees earn PTO each pay period, and if you work less than 40 hours a week, use any PTO to offset certain days to get you up to 40 hours per week. As a salaried worker, if you work 5+ hours a day and you leave early or come in late, you don't necessarily use PTO because you're expected to get a full day of working. I've always worked 40 hours a week, and if I need to stay late or come in early, I will to make sure I adhere to 40 hours as closely as possible. I'm usually the first person in for the day to get the day started, and make sure if someone falls out, I can cover for them with little issues. If someone else has to leave, I'll stay late to make sure everything's handled. But I absolutely believe that time off work is yours. I won't call you if you're off. I'll see you when you get back. Well, the company implemented a new policy effective January 1st, half-day PTO. They sell it to us that we salaried employees need to take off. We can use only half a day now rather than a full day. But it also means if you're going to be late or leave early, you're using PTO. Salaried employees are cheap. Many of us work like 50 to 80 hours a week. Some offset time to make up for longer days, 10 to 16-hour shifts. So if I work less than 8 to 16 another day, I can use PTO on one day. Too bad, so sad. The day I overwork, yep, no more offset time. Doctor's appointment, if you're going to come in an hour late, half day of PTO. Need to leave 45 minutes early to get your kids at sports practice, half day of PTO. Car problem, half day of PTO. Alright, fair. Last week I had some car trouble that needed to get to a mechanic first thing in the morning. I could have been into work with only an hour, maybe 2. Not anymore. I'll see you at 1 p.m. I had an amazing morning and I'm not stressed one bit. I just went back home and cleaned up some to surprise my wife when she came home. This week I had a good kid. Normally I beg a grandparent to watch him while I went to work. Nah, I took the morning shift. Wife watched her kid in the afternoon. I'm a little bummed I'm going to potentially use so much more PTO, but if I'm forced to use it, I'm going to comply and maximize its full potential, and only work for a full 4 hours instead. Gonna enjoy full mornings and sleep in. For full afternoons and enjoy some time to myself with my kids in school. Hell, next time I may as well book a massage just for the hell of it. Productivity and free coverage have ended at this location, and I know many departments are suffering with workforce shortage. Good for them. Hey, I should clarify, I make PTO. I earn about 5 weeks a year plus holidays. I have a decent surplus and always keep a week or two in my bank for sicknesses or impromptu travel opportunities. I'm very fortunate today. I have a spreadsheet that shows me how much I have, acquire, and can utilize when. My wife, who is the breadwinner of our household, only earns 3 weeks of PTO with her company. Hit the like button and subscribe and have a good day. Welcome to r/Red Revenge. This is a story of someone getting back to someone with revenge after being wrong. And today we have 2 great stories. So subscribe, hit the like button, and let's begin. The first story. Manipulative news owner slandered my family with wild accusations. I couldn't stay silent. With no legal options, I opted for creative revenge. The second story. Customer's accountant wanted to screw us to save 10k euros, so they got a delay costing them 6 million euros, and that accountant was no longer in charge after that. And the first story is, crazy and evil woman tried to slander my parents, so I did my best petty revenge. Okay, this story is really long, but it's insane. To set up the story, my family recently sold their home, and the buyer is apparently a bit unhinged. The mother in that family is currently the one causing problems, so we'll call her CM for crazy mother. We'll call my family the Fletchers for clarity, including my parents and 2 teenage brothers. Also, obvious throwaway attempts. To be clear, we have no idea why CM is acting the way she is. We've never met her or her family before, and the sale was nothing but civil on my parents. However, in my opinion, there are a couple of red flags for the type of person CM is. Lead up. Roll it, we don't care. CM and her family were the first people to put an offer on my parents' home, and it was significantly under the asking price. Roughly 100k under. My parents counter-offered and it went back and forth a couple times, until they came to an agreement that was about 40k under asking price and a contract was made. After the home inspection, the buyers came back with an 80-page list of things they wanted changed in the house. Some of it was reasonable and spurred from the inspection, but most of it was full of outrageous demands. To name the craziest, they wanted to triple the size of the home side deck, build a small back porch in place of a couple of steps in front of the walkout basement door, and replace the current, recently repaired but functioning fine, garage door with one that was top of the line, expecting my parents to get it done. You'd think these sound like renovations, but they wanted 60k off the agreed upon sale price for this thing. Even among the expected issues, they're entitled to keep out. At some point while living in the house, my mom had removed the railing on the main staircase because it looked more modern. Obviously, my parents were expecting it to be an issue and had no problem installing one at the buyer's request. They had maybe a basic wooden railing in mind. Well, CM specifically picked out a very expensive wrought iron rail and would not accept anything less. Anyway, this all just kind of shows the buyer's character. Stingy and entitled. I mean, what's 40k plus 60k? Ah, that's right. That would bring us back down to 100k off asking price. Their original offer. It's obvious to me they planned that, but I digress. My parents declined, and the buyers withdrew their offer. About a month passed and my parents had a few more showings, but nothing concrete for the house. When CM and her family returned and put in another offer, apparently they couldn't find anything else to their liking, and decided they would like to purchase my parents' home after all. By this time, my parents had already fixed the important issues that had come up in the inspection, and the buyers dropped their other complaints. My parents were fine with it, and everyone agreed upon the same price as before. After all that time, my parents even let them have the same closing before at CM's request. The last minor problem that came up was more of a miscommunication. To be honest, looking back, I kind of think it was intentional to try to get a free appliance from my parents. Originally, CM had told my parents she hated the kitchen fridge and did not want it left in the house. So in moving out, my parents took the fridge. During the final walkthrough, CM lost her mind over the missing fridge and demanded for it to be returned. The problem was the cost of the fridge had actually been deducted from the total price of the house, considering it wasn't included, at CM's request. So confused but trying to compromise, my parents said they didn't mind bringing it back as long as CM paid for it. This made her pretty upset, but after going over the contract again with the realtor to assure her she wasn't being double charged, Well, only after demanding to go back over to the house and inspect the fridge to make sure it was the right one and undamaged from being moved, in the middle of signing the paper, and the house finally closed. Now for the current incident. Sorry for the long lead up, but I really wanted to tell the whole story to show TM's history with my parents. Partially to show her persona, but mostly to establish there was no animosity between the problem. She was crazy, but my parents reported it. It's been 3 weeks now since the sale, and my family's been waiting on their RV while in search of the perfect next home. The housing market is crazy here, but my family really doesn't mind, and they kind of see it as extended campus at the time. They're having mail sent to my house for the time being. 2 days ago, my brother got a notification that a package had been delivered, but I didn't have it. He checked the tracking and realized he accidentally had sent their old address. I think he said the website must have auto-filled in the old address, but nonetheless it wasn't on purpose. So later that day, my 2 brothers drove up to the old house to ask if they'd received the package. I wasn't there, so this is what they told me. When they got there, they knocked on the door and waited. There was no immediate answer, so they knocked again. They figured someone was home, but just hadn't heard the knock, because there were 2 cars in the driveway. Immediately after knocking the second time, they heard footsteps on the other side of the door, and then they heard the deadbolt unlocked, or more accurately locked, as we find out. They paused, thinking the door was about to be opened, but after an awkward amount of time, they weren't sure what to do, so they just knocked it in. In response, TM yelled at them to go away from behind the door. My brothers answered back that they were sorry to bother her, but they accidentally sent a package to her address and were wondering if she had received it. She answered by just screaming, "Go away" again. So they awkwardly walked off the front porch and back down the driveway. Once they were back on the street, they called my dad to ask for advice. The misplaced package was a car part, and it had cost them $300, so they really didn't want to just let it go. While they were still on the phone, TM's teenage daughter came out of the house. My brothers kindly waved her and said hi, and explained they were looking for a missing package. TM's daughter was very friendly and gave her package. She offered to go grab it, and my brothers were so thankful. When she came back out of the house again, TM was on her tail, absolutely screaming at her to get back in the house. TM's daughter said something to the effect of, "Chill, Mom, I'm just bringing in their package," and apologized to my brothers, Mom's behavior. My brother apologized to her for causing such an uproar, thanked her and left. And side note, their package had been opened erroneously. It may have had TM's address on it, but it had my brother's name. Ordinarily, I'd say benefit of the doubt. They didn't read the name. But with this woman, nah, I think she went through their mail on purpose. Today, my parents received an email with a subject titled Fletcher Creek Show. It had originally been sent from TM to a realtor, who forwarded it to my parents' realtor, who had then forwarded it to them. The email: "Hi, TM's realtor. Hope you're doing well. We're enjoying the new house. I don't have contact info for the Fletchers, nor do I want to communicate with them directly, but I was hoping we could forward this to the Rainmakers / the Fletchers if you have their info. I just want to make it crystal clear we want nothing to do with it." Below is what I submitted to the Insert City Name Police Department online today. Attached to this email was a form, but it's not a screenshot. It's like an attached separate email, I think. It's from no reply at civicaddress.com and the PM. I think it's a confirmation email for the report you submitted. Its subject is online form submitted, and the body is titled General Comment. FYI, that's important. It's probably not an actual police report. More on that in a second. But it reads as follows. I want to submit a report about a trespassing incident that occurred at our house last night, at approximately time on day. My name is TM and I live at a rest. Just after time last night, I was getting out of the shower and heard someone violently pounding on our front door. I was not expecting anyone at the time and was home with 2 of my children. I did not answer the door and told my kids to stay inside and not answer the door either. The pounding continued for another 5 to 10 minutes. At that point, I went downstairs and locked the front door. I went around to look out the window and saw 2 young men I did not recognize. At this point, it was getting weird and scary because they were not leaving. I went to the garage door to make sure it was closed, and it wasn't, so I just locked the door between the house and the garage. They then came inside the garage and started pounding on the door between the garage and the house. At this point, I yelled for them to go away. Then I called my husband to look on the outside cameras to check if they had left. He said he did not see anyone at this point on the camera, and my daughter went out on the deck with her dog. They yelled about some package that was delivered to the house today. At this point, I realized it was the former owners of this home. My daughter gave them their package and they finally left. We've lived in this home for nearly 3 months now. They're currently homeless and moving out of their RV, and are keeping our home for an address to deliver their package. no reason at all. My brother's is super polite and respectful. Not normally. We're only there for a couple of minutes, and absolutely did not intercede in the garage. It's not a regular occurrence that they're sending mail there. As I said before, they're having their mail sent to me for now. This was the first time accident, and we've had no other contact with them at all. Then she goes on to slander my family with accusations of being hated and being homeless. And the fact she called them homeless when there's absolutely no way she should have known where they were camping in their RV between homes is extremely suspicious. She wrote this completely unwarranted, baseless, defamatory email about my family out of nowhere and sent it to a real. That's slander, and I'm not even sure the police report she attached is real. On my city's police department webpage, there's a button to report a concern. Clicking this brings you to the citizen request portal, which states it's for reporting non-emergency concerns like power outages, street maintenance, general comments, etc. The title of this form, General Comment Form. If I'm right, this means any random employee that processes these forms can see our accusations about my family. I was fuming over this. I can't stand to see my family get accused like that, and they didn't even do anything to this crazy woman to provoke her to fly off the handle like this. And she's a doctor. I wouldn't trust her with my life. She's crazy. Unfortunately, a slander and libel case is really hard to win, and it cost my family too much to consider. But I couldn't let her act like this and just face no repercussions at all. So what did I do? Well, it all started with the email that got forwarded down to the people, and eventually ended up being forwarded to me, which means I have her email address. So I took that bad boy and signed it up for a whole bunch of stuff. Porn accounts, newsletters, you name it. And of course I took that little check that signs you up for all alerts. It's petty, but really all I could do. Anything worse than they'd be looking right at my parents as the prime suspect. Well, have fun, TM. I hope you enjoy all the new emails you're suddenly getting. The next story is, not want to pay our work? Okay, but then you'll not get the results on time. I'll stay a little bit vague to prevent being recognized. The company I work for does necessary inspections to ensure the safety of people working on energy lines in the energy sector. Without proof of safety, they're not allowed to operate the line. One big company built a new line, and we had to check it so it can get activated. We had a lot of pressure from the customer, because they wanted to activate soon after the construction was finished, and they contacted us far too late. So it was a lot of extra shifts for us to get it done on time. The day we got the report ready was the last day before the plan started, so just in time. It also was the first day of the next month, so our accountants sent in the bills for our work in that month. Their accountants answered immediately. They have not sent us the written answer that they accept our price offer for the job, a little bit less than 10,000 euros. They said they will not pay anything before they officially accept our offer, and they will not pay for any work done before they accept it. This would be the whole work we did. Luckily, our accountant told me this right away, so I did not send the report out as promised. Next morning, the technical manager of construction with the customer called me on the phone and demanded to know why the report was not finished in time. I calmly explained to him what his colleagues from his accounting department said, and then told him that we cannot send out a report without his time. Have our offer accepted. He went insane, explaining his company will lose 1.5 million euros each day of delay. So I replied, in that case, I can call that accountant to tell him to accept the offer, and to ensure in written form the already done work will be paid, because otherwise we would be forced to redo it after his time in order to get paid for it. He wasn't happy, but he saw it was clearly the fault of his accountant, especially since we had contact before, and he knew we worked overtime as hell to get it done in time. 4 days later, we got the acceptance of our offer, and the assurance that all already done work will be paid. It was not written and signed by the accountant who was responsible for this project before and refused to pay. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. See you in the next video.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. I hope you're having a wonderful day, wherever you are in the world and whatever time you're listening to it. Whether it's in the middle of the night or you're winding down after a long day, have some good news to share. If you enjoy these deep dives into the mysteries of people awake at night, please subscribe to this series and our content updates. Let's dive into tonight's story. The document is not supposed to be the light of day. That's the picture of the application that was sent open to the federal government just 2 years ago. The memo dated September 15, 2020 contained only 3 lines of text to discuss the intelligence tools of the justice system. Subject: Dr. Nathaniel Voss, Social Update. As of 02:07 hours, Dr. Voss was
known as the following central field test designations no remains recovered, subject close to continue under new leadership. It's all known as not killed, not defeated. It's all known as the memo, which by Brian in 2003, starts one of the most significant conspiracy theories of the modern era. The reports of those who worked alongside him, that this family box was died in authority. He was a man who stumbled upon the most dangerous secret the government has ever tried to bury. Secret that challenged the very nature of science. This is the story of Project Chronos, the underground program that came from Mars with time travel, and the brilliant clarity much what they were really doing. It's a story that begins in the late 1970s with a change episode and ends with a man who is somewhere in time trying to undo the damage of himself. Dr. Samuel Goff really fascinated by these documents. A child in suburban Oregon, he spent hours staring at his grandmother's antique set, mesmerized by the steady secret setting and the dark story of such absolute certainty. Eternity floors is the one thing in the universe that we are people could have been associated with change. He was wrong about it. By 1978, Hoffman established himself as one of MIT's most contemporary physicists. His doctoral thesis on quantum theory earned him recognition in academic circles. Subsequent work on particle acceleration also mentioned several techniques. Of course, the theory was already being consulted on subjects that push the boundaries of science. So on the school setting, on a range of duties in the Goff wasn't entirely surprised to hear from another government below them. Surprising is the most trivial aspect. The boss, my name is Colonel Marcus Gordon, voice on the phone with the military. I represent the Department of Defense Research Initiative and your expertise. What occurred to the opportunity? Defense contractors are always looking for physicists to work on radar. So guidance, the satellite technology. Excellent. The moral implication is something you learn from experience. What kind of research? Particle acceleration is applied specifically applications of satellite technology. I'm not at liberty to discuss details of both, but I can tell you that this project represents we're talking about possibilities that most of your hosts would consider science fiction. It is something that is going to be code to just consider talking about conventional research. What sounds himself intrigued by the judgment. Where would this work take place? Nevada. Specialized facilities specifically for high energy physics. Dr. Ross, Bobby Director. Typical government contract. What we're working on is revolutionize our understanding of space and time itself. It requires discretion, complete discretion. 2 weeks later, Bob found himself on a military transport and driving to the Nevada again. This time, more non-disclosure agreements were ticked off. The background check was held in every time. And agreed to spend the next 2 years in a location with secure. The compound, officially designated Stretch Station 7, became remarkably complex. A collection of low, buildings surrounded by chambers, sensors, and guard towers. This was only government installation in the middle of the program. The box would soon discover the real work far below ground. The elevator was descended to what felt like the time stopping stability through. When the door was opened, Bob stepped into a world that belonged more than the new house. The corridor stretched out, lined with reinforced steel walls and harsh electric light. The air was electric energy. The feel of special vibration of massive machinery, operating and running. Welcome to Project Chronos, leading Bob down the corridor. Particle acceleration techniques for satellite-based defenses. Unofficially, Dr. Bob here, exploring the possibility of central space. Bob Stormfield turned to face them, clutching deadly furious. Flametrap was trying to crack the code on Flametrap. The laboratory Stormfield showed was the main chamber was dominated by a cylindrical structure that rose 2 stories high and suddenly burned energy. Magnetic steel cables surrounded the chamber, a coil was moving around the thanks to the walls, the spins quickly replaced over the existing drool fully understand. Alex was there. He quivered to smile and all practically blocking the energy requirements of protection of the perfect nuclear reactor was by Canada. Annabelle submarine reactor unlocked by the Strike. The entire facility was about 50 megawatts. Watches was low. 50 megawatts of power more quickly. Whatever they were doing here required a more energy. The electric was yeah. Stormfield managed to and not the security classification. Dr. Heinrich Zimmermann developed the initial German system to push it after the war. His work suggested that extreme gravitational fields combined with substantial powers with electromagnetic radiation could cause space. Dr. Heinrich his eyes widening as he absorbed the information. Smith's work was brilliant, decades ahead of space and with a massive institution, the application was purely theoretical. How long have you been working? The project officially began in 1962. It had some interesting results. That night, alone in his time sources, Bob stared at the ceiling and wondered what he got himself into. Time travel was a separate practice. The name of science fiction writers and fantasy the authors understood the paradox of respectability, fundamental violation of humanity, as a result of tendency to travel back into time. But the mathematics of Zimmermann's notes are entirely irrelevant. And the successful history suggested that the government was investing too significantly in natural precedent. The next morning, Ross met his new colleague, Dr. William Bradley, a brilliant quantum physicist from Stanford, Dr. Victor Castellanos, specialist in electromagnetic radiation. Dr. Rainer Ashworth, whose work on gravitational theory earned her a place among the leading theorists of physics. Together they comprised 4 research teams of Project Space. The official story is partial acceleration research Dr. Blackley's strength of students but what we're really doing is trying to create controlled theory in the fabric of space-time. Is what I'm going to Dr. Ashworth looked around quietly to answer. Initially, science presentation, the ability to observe historical events first-hand and revolutionize archaeology, anthropology, and research. Actually, the military applications became apparent pretty quickly, the answer. Imagine being able to set intelligent properties at any point in history. Imagine being able to connect the dots, eliminate threats before they emerge, surely keep themselves to events unfold in October. Yes, I could chill run down the time. Implications, backward, time travel is possible. It wouldn't remain a serious task of exploration for long. With a long time to become less effective. The first successful experiment occurred on the cheaper morning in March 1979. Doctor was at the facility for 5 months, long enough to understand the electrical framework, still amazed by the sheer effectiveness of what they were testing. That chamber was a cylindrical shape that was 10 feet in diameter, surrounded by magnetic field generators that produced forces measured in the hundreds of pascals. When fully activated, the chamber became a localized distortion of space. A bubble of the normal rules of physics felt the will of humanity. Starting with a simple temporal displacement, flashing out the escalation group, target duration, 10 seconds back. The test subject in the plastic box placed in the center of the chamber is synchronized with the atomic box in the observation room. The theory was straightforward. If they could create a localized test of field, the second inside the chamber would experience generation without the chamber began to pump, little by little, the tools and things. The air inside the chamber began to shimmer, like heat waves rising. The extracted set the expression the elements resources. Gravitational distortion and such concepts rapid outward length of roots from the field strength of motion. Shimmer inside the chamber becoming almost liquid in appearance. After the vapor is a deep water. Field strength at 100% initiating sexual open. The infection lights so bright the bottom shielded eyes. Every vision fluid the chamber appeared level again. The cotton side stopped. Central field black now. The laser surface action then opened the chamber to a full spot. A drop of black examined it at face of chaos. Stop shade. First seconds. As our reference stop. 37 seconds. The range of 30 seconds backwards. And achieved 37 seconds of temporary displacement. It wasn't much, but it was enough to prove that they had actually integrated there. Over the following month, the experiments became more ambitious. They began testing with cameras, testing to capture the location and position. The results were disturbing and fascinating in equal measure. Photographs taken inside the chamber during several displacements showed the voltage existed. In one experiment, camera positioned photographs of the chamber returned images of its product. This withdrawal was become transparent to reveal the environment outside. But the landscape in the photograph showed a highway that hadn't been built yet. Construction equipment didn't arrive at the site for the camera isn't just seen through space, within the private journal, it's seen through time. The metal tool was creating windows that had a lens. Another experiment produced photographs of the chamber itself, showing fragments of different places of the use. As the camera was capturing separate pieces, alternate trends kept trying to move forward to research. But the most disturbing photograph was the experiment in the lab. Dr. Black was positioned at the camera, capturing the chamber, where what should have been a routine 30-second practice. When they developed the film, they showed the to the reception, and equipment that none of the researchers recognized. Those aren't our people, except for this and that's not our equipment. Yes. Footage and image was clearly working in the same chamber. The technology that appeared decades more advanced than anything Project Chronos possessed. One of the figures appeared to be looking directly at the camera, as if aware that they were being observed across time. Who authorized this photograph to be taken? Then carefully demanded that he had shown the image. No one, Dr. Black replied. The routine recording photograph. The camera was photographed to work the chamber 30 seconds apart. When they examined the photograph carefully, his expression changed. This chamber seems to be built on this equipment. That's impossible, that's what protected. We're the only ones with access. Are we? We'll fill that fire. That night, the best laying in front of where the trees were able to see. The implications of that photograph is staggering. The image showed the future, suggested that Project Chronos would continue decades beyond their first program. The technology in the photograph is clearly more advanced than the West. Which raised up practical questions about where those advances would come from. The flexibility that the photograph showed a parallel timeline where different people had access to temporal manipulation to reveal the other reality. Every technique would have full effect of some dimension. The whispers began around the time. Conversations between researchers during the time of during shift changes. Some felt that Project Chronos wasn't originally research at all, but reverse engineering work based on technology and its outside sources. The old style, Dr. Black was listed as options in the research paper, and so they were working from research covered in 1950s. That's been 60 years. But even if he said it, he remembered the photograph of the figures. He said simple experiments with multiple technology from an external source. It would explain the rapid progress they had made and the disturbing glimpses of advanced efficiency in their simple photographs. The risk of look at what we've accomplished in the past years. We've gone from theoretical speculation that that's not normal scientific progress to work on the world. What did have an answer? There's a month apart from their experiments. We began to suspect that science was right. They weren't pioneering new they were rediscovering only science. But someone or something else had left the the transition from the chemical test to biological subjects began in the fall of 1979. What to expect with it? But that didn't enter into the chemical displacement affects on the tissues when it's all being out to a single. We need to understand how biological systems have affected exposure before we can consider human. The first subject is the laboratory model provided by the Institute of Research. Experiments followed standard protocols, baseline health assessment, controlled chemical displacement exposure, post-exposure observations in the lab. The results were immediate. Most objectives were short chemical displacement, 5 to 10 seconds backward in time, showed signs of severe disorientation and stress. The brain activity patterns were disrupted that hours after exposure, and many subjects died within 24 hours. Chemical displacement appears to cause neurological trauma in mammalian subjects. The brain's central processes have been transferred to the paradoxes to retain moments multiple times. Some will survive, and the data from the subjects is fascinating. Blood samples taken immediately after chemical displacement showed failure to powers after symptoms subjects chronological use. It was this part of their bodies that and surgery. The logical of the subject is tired, chemical experience. Different parts of their biology are at different rates. Each patient is separate. The human subject underwent chemical treatment. They might experience psychological effects that made the mouse studies look trivial. The human brain is subject to chemical processing capabilities to be permanently damaged by the distorted state of the chemical. Despite these concerning results, practically every chemical effect builders constitute builders using 1979 first unconscious to value Box with coolant and dark vehicles with rolling through the security checkpoint. The other were all within bars. These are everything volunteers to explain their box with military personnel who were volunteers for experimental duties. I had the volunteers arrive in buses with blacked out windows. Trying to identity your job is to do. Don't worry about personnel procurement. The boss couldn't ignore what was happening. The new arrivals were housed in a separate section of the facility, one that none of the research staff were allowed to access. Meals were delivered by military personnel across civilian support staff to certain research areas. In two box quarters were suggested. They weren't typical military. They're prisoners. Just their own military prisoners. They don't know what goes wrong. You can't know that from that's what you would like. The first human chemical displacement test occurred in January 1980. What wasn't allowed in the observation room, we could monitor the experiment in the laboratory through the facility's internal subject designated one chamber. Central monitoring systems active. Central field generators standby. Watch and instructors from the below down, a human being was about to experience something that no person could expect to survive. Each initiating spaces to choose. Subject is first detected backward from baseline central position. Tools that seem to last forever. Feels deactivated. Subject will be returned to central position. Yes. Subject is in cardiac arrest. Emergency medical team to chamber 1. First team test subject required. Subject H2 survived the displacement but suffered what appeared to be a complete psychotic growth, babbling about seeing himself from the outside, experiencing his own death, living the same moments over and over again. Subject H3 emerged from the chamber, aged by what appeared to be several years, despite being displaced only once. The temporal field is interacting with human consciousness in ways we don't understand, suggested after reviewing the mental data. The subjects aren't just moving through time, they're experiencing temporal fragmentation. Their minds are being split across multiple time streams. Subject H4 emerged from the chamber, claiming to have memories of his own, detailed knowledge of events that hadn't happened yet, conversations with people who weren't there. Medical scans showed physical trauma. The psychological evaluation revealed a complete break in reality. He said he's been living the same day for weeks, the medical technician reported, saying that every time the test ends, he wakes up this morning to do it all over again. Subject H5 never emerged from the chamber at all. The central field activated normally. The dispenser proceeded according to plan, but when they deactivated the field, the chamber was empty. No trace of subject remained, no indication of where they had gone or what had happened to them. Complete central displacement cannot be noted in his report. Subjects have achieved central translation. Having been entering euphemism for what needed to know about, they have sent someone into the service stream with no way to return, and then with this realized. No subjects died. Some suffered psychological trauma that Essentially, very rarely a subject will return at having a heart. Subject H23 emerged from a 5-minute displacement reporting that he had experienced the same 5-minute repeatedly, but he still knew to have retained awareness throughout the repetition. Subject H31 spent his test rejected hours in what would be a 10-second displacement, exploring a version of the facility familiar and completely different. Temporal displacement may allow access to parallel timelines such as rapid realized. The subjects who survive may be those whose consciousness can adapt to experiencing multiple realities simultaneously. It was around this time that Boss began to suspect the true purpose of Project Cronus. The human experiments weren't scientific exploration. They were training exercises, preparing subjects for operational deployment. The government wasn't just trying to understand time travel, they were trying to recognize it. His suspicions and concerns that Colonel Bromfield began asking specific questions about temporal displacement accuracy. Any target specific dates and times Bromfield wanted to know. Would an operative insert into a particular historical moment? What would be the range limitations for operational deployment? Boss realized with growing horror that the government was planning to use time travel for intelligence and military operations. The failed test subjects were assigned casualties. They were prototype soldiers in a war that hadn't been declared yet. He began taking detailed notes in a private journal, documenting everything he observed about the experiment. His Project Cronus was indeed developing temporal warfare capabilities the world needed to know about. He also needed seeking out the likely result of his own death, or worse, his own recruitment of unwilling test subjects. The moral weight of what they were doing became unbearable. Each night the boss lay in his bunk knowing that somewhere in the facility, prisoners were being subjected to temporal displacement experiments that was likely to kill them, rising in strength. He was specifically doing something that violated every principle of scientific ethics, every concept of human decency. He was also terrified of what would happen if he tried to leave. The non-disclosure agreements he had signed weren't just legal documents, they were death warrants ready any day. people who became involved in such programs, the author understood that people readiness was still to protect their secrets. As 1983 drew close, Fox made a decision that would ultimately cost him everything. He would destroy the such programs, he would document gather evidence of what they were doing, and find a way to expose the programs to the world. He announced it with his own technical statement within months ago, but he would soon discover the true scope of what government was doing to Denmark's real time. The 9th of January 15, 1981 changed everything. Fox had been brought to work in the laboratory, running diagnostics after an accident wrong. But the military chamber, he was rushed, despite that arrest was an honorary English speaker. The evidence was baffled. The intelligence officers were excited, and doctors disturbed by the implication. Especially the process for the subject to acquire knowledge they had never learned. It suggested that consciousness could somehow access information from alternate timelines, or parallel philosophical implications is staggering, but the military applications were obvious. He could instead have knowledge of foreign languages, local practices, specific historical details, and the tools to imitate practices. Imagine an agent who is blocked with any historical knowledge. What could it prove himself really only he needed to run? In reality, he couldn't stomach this instruction of his full discovery to the now, alone in the laboratory at the university, he attempted to understand what was happening to subject. The central clue was the memory of the genetic research. Fluctuations in suggested that the statement was much more substantial than active movement in time. Earlier, he must have been fed, but in the reality, the central clue was interacting with chamber's magnetic field generator is a power band that still connected to the reactor. Thus, activated the diagnostic system, intending to run a low power test to help him understand the field itself, while using another through the space. But it seems that the after-all test had left the digital sensors distinct from the chamber, involving the extra instrument level, and he activated the diagnostic system. He inadvertently created a reference to that, and individual distortion. First had a trouble with the light. It began to flicker, then forced his power grid was being drained by something. The boss looked up from his instrument, began to glow with improved shutdown protocols and familiarity with control. Controls weren't responding. The chamber system was responding to some kind of automatic system, one that wasn't passed on program operation. The blue glow and the box would fill the air beginning to vibrate. He tried the manual shutdown switch. They were left out by whatever process was taking control of the chamber. The blue light was becoming heated to listen, and the vibration in the air was moving to control. Trooper emergency shutdown authorization box 779 for that continued control. Emergency shutdown not authorized. Central disclosure program. There was no subject, no subject in the chamber, no authorized personnel in the control room. The chamber was operating on its own, following some programming. The blue light suddenly changed to the blinding level, and box off the chamber withdrawn from the room. The body wasn't responding to his command. The central fluid was affecting his nervous system. Override was involuntary muscle control. Help! He shouted, knowing that there was no one else in the laboratory level at the tower. The full implication Fox found himself walking towards the chamber despite several instincts telling him to run in the opposite direction. The blue light enveloped him, and in the laboratory announced the loud. The walls stretched and warped. The ceiling became clouded angrily, and the floor beneath his feet felt like water. Fox tried to scream, but no sound emerged from his mouth. He was falling through time itself, tumbling through a void that existed between moments. Then, suddenly as it had begun, Bob found himself standing on a street corner, surrounded by the familiar sound of existence. Horribly old-fashioned. The poster child was just outside his face, and the voice of the man was the winner. The newspaper vendor was hawking papers from a nearby stand. Bob approached him with glowing dread. "What's the date?" he asked. "November 23rd, 1963, the vendor replied. "You okay, mister?" November 23rd, 1963, the day before President Kennedy's assassination in Dallas. Bob was in Washington, D.C. He was 28 years in the past. First, late assassination. He was actually a time traveler. Bob was a researcher of global prospects, was the subject himself. He was living proof of the constant perspective. His human consciousness provides the transition between timelines. In the work of the 1963 Washington, Bob calculated the details of the circuit. What is that? 1963 Washington. Following equipment was loaded with the down. Equipment that looked eerily familiar. He ducked into a coffee shop and pretended to read and switched through the window. The men in the themselves with strategic locations around the block, building and holding surveillance at the location. How did they know he was here? How could anyone be prepared for his arrival? He realized his growing power. Project Chrono was sending people back to the war. The explosion was in the system. The government had mastered central dictation well enough to support activism in France. The president knew that this could not be wrong. Major events, political decisions, social changes, all of them could have been influenced by time travel and interest. He needed to get closer to them, to see what they were doing, to understand the central inspection program. Therefore, he made his way out of the coffee shop without following one of his days. They led him to a bus station that was clearly some kind of technical facility. Men were loading people with electronic equipment into vehicles, preparing for what looked like an operation. The equipment was to allow the truck to identity to a central monitoring site to review the equipment. They're not just observers, they're actively intervening. He watched, sitting behind a parked car, watching the maybe blood run cold. One of the operatives turned in his direction. For a moment their eyes met. The man's face was familiar. It was Colonel Thornfield, the version of Thornfield that was he was younger. Thornfield, as he would have been in the street, working for whatever giving birth to Project Chrono. Young Thornfield's face was the radio, immediately the other officers moving in opposite direction. They had identified him as a member of the Space Project, and they were moving to intercept. Bob ran through the streets of 63 Washington. A application shouldn't have existed yet. Now technology that wouldn't be invented for decades. President Dorothy understood about the reality, about the living electric tides was crumbling around. He found temporary shelter in the Smithsonian Museum, moving himself among its bullets and tourist traps. He was there. He couldn't escape the implications of what he was doing. This Project Chrono experts were active. They had likely been throughout history. The program wasn't just developing contracts. It was using them to reshape the past according to concrete agenda. Using an approach, Bob stopped seeing the tools and functioning with successful displacement to render. Reality began to revolve around him once again, and he found himself falling through the void between moments, heading to his own time. He materialized in the true exactly 72 hours after his life, and he was subjectively experienced only about 6 hours after. The chamber was dark and silent. The diagnostic systems were connected. For anyone that was late, it was late in the positive places. That knew that everything had changed. Systems could not social movement, all of it is explained by the presence of time travelers working to ensure specific health outcomes. Seven Thornfield Hamilton's was secure briefing room on sub-level 5, deeper underground than what would ever be. The room was sterile and windowless, designed for conversations that could never be allowed to express ourselves. Dr. Voss ventured down without preamble, using the structure unauthorized temporal displacement effect. Dr. Blood ran cold, the new. Somehow they were protected with accidental trips to their I don't know what you're talking about, they studied. The chamber's quantum resonance detector recorded significant temporal distress 3 months ago. The energy signature was consistent with human temporal. The still authorized personnel were accounted for the consumer some of the skills that accidental displacement. Voss remained silent, not going to be they knew about this displacement, but weren't certain he might be able to maintain the full reliability. However, we also have reports from our 1963 surveillance team that unidentified sexual operatives who appeared to be conducting a investigation. The bottom dropped out of the who had been watching him in 1963, documenting his presence, probably photographed by the Dr. Voss, I'm going to ask you directly. Did you experience sexual displacement on November 21st, 1963? There's no point in that now. However, powerful photographic proof of sex in the past, denial and loneliness work. Yes, Thornfield model is a distinct position. What did you observe during your displacement? Still government decision that full-time Project Chronos is Colonel, or younger version of you, coordinating what appears to be a major intelligence system. What conclusions did you draw from these observations? What took it to this is the moment. What was the ability to put deeper into the program or elimination of the situation? That included the Project Chronos individual research program. It's an operational program. You've been using time travel to introduce events to ensure that history unfolds according to the same plan. Thornfield was sat in his chair, grabbing the box with an expression that revealed that was a serious accusation. It was not an accusation. An accusation is no evidence. Evidence that you have taken authorized temporal displacement. Evidence that exists regardless of how I have treated it. Thornfield stared for a long moment, then reached into his briefcase and revealed a folder marked with proof of application Dr. Voss, another man, testified at levels that exist above the present. The information in this folder contains stabilized evidence, fractured polymers, and fundamentally intellectual understanding of its own history. Sealed in the folder was a photograph. It showed President Kennedy and Dallas. Manual that most civilian photographers would have achieved. In the background, fairly visible, was a modern clothing holding what appeared to be a vast surveillance. November 22nd, quietly. One of our officers documenting the assassination from a central vantage point. You were there. You were actually there during Kennedy's assassination. We've been there for every major historical event in the past 40 years, including the assassination of Lincoln, the attack on Pearl Harbor, the fall of the Berlin Wall, even missile crisis. Every presentation of modern history has been observed, documented, and necessary influenced by Project Chronos officers. Another photograph shows a storm of beach that looks like normal beach, but with equipment that didn't exist in 1954. Men in period-appropriate clothing carrying weapons that didn't be invented for decades. Today, this was yet 17 officers embedded in the Allied forces, carrying fast communications to intelligence that ensured the invasion success. To change the outcome of World War II, to ensure the outcome of World War II, the timeline branches when the Nazis developed nuclear weapons first, so the invasion failed. offering temporal stability in favour of American interests. He identified historical inflection points where events would unfold in ways that would be detrimental to the United States or to global stability. Strategies to ensure that history continues to be advances. According to who? According to computer models that analyze millions of potential timeline branches, we've developed quantum computers to simulate historical outcomes decades into the future, identify the timeline paths that result in the greatest benefit to humanity as a whole. What's first to say? We decided that we had the right to make those choices. We gave you the authority to determine the course of human history. No one gave us the authority to decide. We took it. If someone has to. You know what happens in the timeline branches where we don't intervene? Nuclear war in 1962, global economic collapse in 1929 and last decade. The Holocaust expanded to include entire populations of Africa and Asia. World War II beginning in 1975 and ending with the extinction of human civilization. And the just rejection. Those are mathematical certainties based on chaos theory and quantum probability analysis. Every major decision making history creates a branching pathway, and most of those pathways will be catastrophic outcomes. By intervention between the timeline tree, eliminating the branches that lead to human extinction. We also explored another documentation table. It was a timeline chart showing major historical events. It was notations indicating Project Polo's intervention point. The American Revolution. We provided intelligence that prevented British forces from capturing George Washington at Valley Forge. The Civil War. We ensured that Lincoln's assassination occurred after the war's conclusion rather than during it. In War I, we prevented the development of muscle gas. Killed millions of men. World War II. We guided Allied strategy. Prevented Nazi plans from breakthrough. The Kennedy assassination. The Mexico invention. In the original timeline, Kennedy would have served 2 full terms. His policy led to nuclear war with the Soviet Union. His death, while tragic, prevented the extinction of human civilization. What's further to believe? We're talking about murdering presidents to prevent theoretical future disasters. We're talking about making hard choices to preserve the human species beyond their growth. Every intervention is carefully calculated to minimize immediate harm while preventing catastrophic future outcomes. And the test subject, the prisoners who've been filling with temporal displacement experiments, training exercises, new operatives who can provide temporal displacement and function effectively in fast time periods. The volunteer program provides us with subjects for developing displacement protocols and training procedures. Volunteers, specifically, men who don't die anyway. Death row inmates, military prisoners facing execution for treason, enemy agents captured during intelligence operations. The ethics of choice, certain death, or participation in experiments that might save their lives and serve their country. How many of them survived the training? Approximately 3%. What stopped bile rising slope? 97% mortality rate. And Storm Field was describing it as if it were an acceptable cost of doing business. You now know the truth about Project Progress. The question is, what are you going to do with that knowledge? I don't have a choice, do I? You have 2 choices. The first is to continue your work with the project, but with full knowledge of our operational mission. Your expertise in temporal field physics will be invaluable for improving our displacement accuracy and reducing operativeness and space. And the second choice? Stormfield didn't answer directly. Instead, with one more photograph across the table, it showed Boss himself, standing in his laboratory, at the timestamp indicated it was taken 3 days in the future. That photograph was taken by one of our operatives during the routine temporal reconnaissance mission. It shows you exactly 72 hours working alone in your laboratory and unauthorized modifications to the central displacement chamber. That examining photograph is glowing red. The screen says clearly, working with equipment that you didn't recognize, making modifications to the chamber that is clearly unauthorized. In approximately 72 hours, Dr. Box, you will attempt to use this photograph to travel back in time to prevent the formation of Project Progress. Your plan will be to implement key moments in program development and maximize the research to make it successful through the space. You know that because you've observed it. How this has been present at every point in history where you attempt to intervene. You've documented your efforts to prevent the happening, sabotage the recruitment of the civilians, warn government officials about the dangers of manipulation. One field which is not showing what in various countries has been observed by Project Chronos officers with implemented every timeline bar for the attempt to stop Project Chronos with catastrophic outcomes for civilization. Without our intervention, World War II begins in 1977. Nuclear weapons are used in regional conflicts throughout the 1980s. Global environmental collapse occurred in the 1980s. Human civilization affected the earth in the 2000s. We were saying I have no choice. We have free will, we choose to take that choice. You should understand that we will be waiting for you at every historical intervention. Your mission will fail, and your actions will result in a permanent displacement to a timeline where you can no longer affect historical outcomes. Permanent displacement exiles to a central position where you can observe history but not interact with it. A living death, conscious but unable to affect the world around you. What served as photographs of his future self, evidence of a predetermined destiny that he was powerless to avoid. Project Chronos has turned temporal manipulation into the ultimate form of control, ensuring that even with failure against their program was futile. What guarantee do I have that Project Chronos is actually preventing disasters rather than causing them? None, we'll have to trust that our quantum probability models are accurate, and that our interventions are motivated by genuine concern for human welfare, not sincerely American political interests. If I refuse to trust you, then we'll spend the next 72 hours preparing for a mission that we already know will fail, and we'll spend the same time preparing for challenges that we already know will succeed. Let's realize that we're trapped in a temporal paradox. With knowledge of Project Chronos' true mission compels us to try to stop them, but their knowledge of its future actions ensures that his attempts will fail. They have created a closed loop in time, so rebellion will inevitable within effective. There is a third option for this inquiry, which is help us improve the system. Your expertise to reduce operative mortality rates, improve displacement accuracy, and develop more humane training protocols. You can't stop Project Chronos, but you can help make it more effective. Let's look at the photograph again. Evidence of his own future failure to learn and he was caught unaware of his discrimination, but his choices had already been observed and that forces that is outside normal temporal causality. And we can think of 72 hours since he repaired, the same 72 hours we've always had. Ross returned to his quarters with the knowledge that his every action in the next 2 days had already been observed and documented by Project Chronos officers. It was a level of predestination that makes free will seem like an illusion, but it also prevented him from having continued. His future rebellion was already known and chanted, but perhaps he could find a way to rebel differently, to act in ways that hadn't been predicted or observed. He began by carefully examining the photographs that formed through the show him. The images of his future self working in the laboratory, specific equipment modifications, particular approaches to sabotaging the temporal displacement chamber. If he could identify exactly what his future self was planning, he might be able to develop an alternative approach that would avoid the predicted countermeasures. The photographs revealed that his future self was working to modify the chamber's targeting system, apparently attempting to create a temporal displacement that extended to specific historical moments that he could interfere with Project Chronos' development. But the modifications were crude, clearly the work of someone operating under extreme time pressure and without access to proper resources. They expect me to work alone, Speculator. They expect me to attempt to sabotage a solo operation. But what if he didn't work alone? What if he could recruit other members of the research team, people who shared his moral concerns about the project's true mission? Dr. Blackwood looked doubt about the implications of their work. Dr. Ashworth was disturbed by the human aspect of the program. Dr. Alarmist was full conversation with him. Project Chronos had undoubtedly documented not just his actions, but his communication, which meant that any direct approach to his colleagues would be anticipated in advance. But the facilities development were designed to run their seven-time activities. They relied on conventional audio and video recording, not central observation. If Fox could find a way to communicate with his colleagues in sessions that wouldn't be recorded by present-time surveillance, he might be able to avoid detection. He began by reading coded messages in places where his colleagues would find them doing their normal work. Mathematical equations with some laboratory writing things to be technical documents to the strategy, highlighted and spelled out warnings in many people. References to scientific papers and business books, and subjects conveyed important information. The first to respond was Dr. Blackwood. She approached him during a shift change, pretending to discuss routine calibration procedures, while actually acknowledging that she had received a previous message. The temporal reference calculation he left on the board yesterday, said Ashley. Nothing was ruined, nothing there might be some fundamental errors in the baseline function. Oh, Dr. Brown, understanding that she was playing along with the coded communication. The equation would assume that temperatures taken as a neutral process, but what is not. That is the actual situation itself, but practical observation has become considered. Dr. Ashworth joined the conversation in his head, ostensibly discussing power protection calculations, but actually indicating that she too had concerns about the project's direction. "We're looking at the energy extended through a report," she said. "The amount of power we're using suggests that our experiments are far more expensive than what we've been told. Either we're conducting many more tests than I'm aware of, or we're conducting much more complex operations." Dr. Castellanos was the most direct in his response. During a routine equipment maintenance session, quietly confirmed what he knew about the project's calculation. Thanks to the transport schedule, for which the boss intended to adjust the magnetic field elevator. Passengers arriving and departing on a regular schedule, but the passenger manifestly classified above our security level. We're not just conducting research here, training people for field operations. Over the course of 2 days, Fox carefully assembled a conspiracy within Project Chronos, proving researchers who understood that their work was being used for purposes far beyond exploration. But he also knew that he was doing now. According to 14 photographs of the beginning of sabotage effects of interest to Harry, the plan they developed was more sophisticated than anything the future set had attested in the documented timeline. Instead of modifications to the dictation checker, they introduced subtle changes to the speed of quantum computers, alterations that would gradually corrupt probability levels that guided Project Chronos' historical intervention. Introduce errors into their online calculations. The officers were able to lock themselves in those interventions. Timeline matches their tragic events will occur naturally. It's not sabotage that affects it's restoration. We're restoring natural historical causality by removing artificial intervention. Even if they can execute the rebellion, what's suspected that their efforts are ultimately futile? Project Chronos has this knowledge of future events, but they let them use action to rebel. Yet a sophisticated approach might be more elegant than its future self, through sabotage perhaps, but it would probably be just as ineffective. Still, we have to try. The moral weight of what Project Chronos was doing, the violation of human free will on a historical scale, demanded resistance, even if that resistance was deemed failure. The night before the trip, Boss lay in his bunk and contemplating the fate of his death. If his actions were already known and counted, did he really have free will? Or was he simply playing out a predetermined role in a cosmic drama which was unfortunate beyond his understanding? The answer came to him in the early hours of the morning. Free will wasn't about the outcome of his actions. It was about the choice to act according to his conscience. Even if it prevented even if he was exiled for explanation, he was chosen to resist rather than collaborate with the system, violating every principle of belief. At 300 hours, exactly as predicted in the photographs, Boss made his way to the laboratory to begin the sabotage operation that was defying the rest of the team. The laboratory was empty and eerily quiet, and Boss entered at exactly 02479. The first sample photos photograph was the first of the mystery, which meant that Project Bonus officers were probably already positioned throughout history, waiting for the inevitable arrival of whatever target prevention system chose. The boss had one advantage that he described as his set. He wasn't planning to travel to the past to sabotage Project Bonus's development. Instead, he was planning to travel to the future, to a time when the consequences of the program's intervention would be clear. Project Bonus was genuinely preventing catastrophic outcomes, when the future should show exposing cost-consuming civilization. If their interventions were actually causing more harm than good, the future would reveal the true cost of their temporal manipulations. The plan was elegant in its simplicity. Instead of attempting to change the past, which Project Kronos had already demonstrated was futile, he would gather evidence from the future and bring it back to expose the program's true consequences. He began by making the modifications shown in films and photographs, showing that the surveillance systems would need to support these actions, no sense in consistency with the predicted timeline. Large parts performed the expected sabotage operation, with minds to calculate the real modifications would make once the cameras stepped before them. The temporal displacement chamber cycling system is sophisticated enough to allow travel to specific dates and locations. It has never been used to forward temporal displacement. The mathematics are theoretically sound, but the practical application is well known. Forward displacement is December 31st, 2099, programmed duration, 12 hours projected time. If humanity survives the next century with Project Kronos' intervention, we would find a thriving civilization. If the program's manipulations led to disaster, we would find evidence of that disaster. Either way, we would return with proof of that true prospect. As he prepared to exit the displacement chamber, Boss heard footsteps in the corridor outside the laboratory. Someone was coming. Several blue security personnel set to inspect him at the predicted moment of his sabotage. He had only seconds before he arrived. Stepping into the chamber, he activated the displacement sequence and proved that his calculations were correct. The near blue light enveloped him. Now he was around the sensation of falling through time. This time, instead of falling backwards into the past, he was falling forward into the unknown future. The journey seemed to last forever. Boss tumbled through a void filled with swirling lights and impossible geometry, conscious but disconnected from physical reality. He caught glimpses of potential futures flashing past him like flames from a broken film, cities in flames, technological marvels, environmental devastation, space colonies, nuclear weapons, and sweeping society. But suddenly he was standing on solid ground again. The world around him was not what he expected. It was a museum, surrounded by generational artifacts from the late 20th and early 21st century. But the artifacts are raw, something different from the world we remember. Newspaper headlines that didn't match his memory of historical events. Photographs that principal leaders he didn't recognize. Technology that should have existed but apparently never had. Displacement subject detected control for initiating containment protocols. More Boss could react by figures of environmental peace and advances in weapons. The need for military precision, fully trained for exactly this encounter. Dr. Nathaniel Voss, one of the investigative communication systems, temporal signature consistent with 1981 displacement origin, knew exactly where and when our model predicted we would be. Who are you? Central Security Division, to be advised. We monitor and contain unauthorized activities. We can expect this to work on in Europe. Exclusive consumer reports are exclusive from checker. The rules for license monitors displaying information that may affect the level of cold. Timeline progression charts showing humanity development from 1991 to 2099. historical events that have been adjusted by Project Chronos. Probability calculations showing the outcomes that would be prevented and the outcomes that would be ensured. The way we come from no longer exists. Project Chronos is intervention built with a watching timeline, diverse from natural history in 1903. What we see now is the result of 136 years of cold historical development. What happened to natural history? Global nuclear war in 1967, environmental collapse in the 1980s, human extinction by 2001. Monitors showed images of the ultimate timeline, the world that would have existed without Project Chronos' intervention. It was exactly as John Joseph predicted: devastation, warfare, and ultimately extinction. So they were right. Project Chronos actually in the short term, but their intervention has created new problems that require additional intervention. By 2050, central offices are conducting thousands of historical adjustments every year. The timeline became so heavily manipulated that practical relative depth of existence. More monitors activated, showing the true scope of Project Chronos' activities in the decades following Russia's historical events that have been exactly orchestrated, political movements that have been artificially created, technological developments that have been guided and prevented. Humanity's survives through human free will is lost. Every major decision, every significant event, every important decision is predetermined by central intervention. People in the original timeline live their lives to freedom, never knowing that their choices will result in careful, thoughtful intervention. Now we live in a managed timeline. Human suffering has been minimized, global catastrophes have been prevented, technological development has been optimized for maximum benefit. Individual human choices have been eliminated. Thus stared at the display of horror. Project Chronos succeeded in preventing human extinction, only by destroying human freedom. They created a world where every aspect of history is artificially controlled and spontaneous human development is expected. We brought you here to make a choice. You can return to your original timeline with this knowledge, knowing that your attempt to expose Project Chronos will fail. Please remember that the future of humanity is survived and sacrificed to potential nature. What's that third option? There is no third option. The timeline branches will examine all these either human extinction or human preservation. Project Chronos represents all these possible options. What's real life in space? Project Chronos was simultaneously humanity's salvation and humanity's destruction. Interventions prevented physical extinction while ensuring spiritual death. I want to return to even knowing that my efforts would fail, I want to return to a time when human choice was nothing. That choice was doomed to human species extinction. To preserve the human spirit. Your choice with our behavioral methods. You will be returned to your original timeline, but your knowledge of future events will be suppressed until the moment of your final control is taken. You will remember only that Project Chronos must be stopped, not why it must be stopped. Will occur in your second space program. You will be permanently displaced in central position, able to observe but not interact with history. It is the only way to prevent you from creating paradoxes that unravel the managed timeline. As the security officers prepared into the demonstration, Ross understood that he was trapped in a second stage. His moral conviction held him to resist Project Chronos. It was resistance to himself in the managed timeline, a predetermined element that he had to destroy. The new life enveloped him once again, and he fell backwards through time over his merciful death. The official record states that Dr. Samuel Ross died in a central displacement accident on September 15, 1987. Classified reports describe a continuous failure that resulted in six molecular inspiration. But those who worked closely with the project told us the story. They were in the final moment before the chamber closes, Doctor directs his observation on the child. The expression of a man taking breath, the expression of someone finally understood the message of the day to his head. The chamber's recording captured the final 30 seconds of his expression. In those 30 seconds, Doctor was standing calmly in the center of the temple field, words that no audience had before. I understand that. His belief is about changing the outcome, about choosing to forgive, even when the reason is futile. When it feels collapsed, reality folded in on itself, Dr. Nathaniel Boss vanished from the normal flow of time. The story doesn't end there. Every 2 years, some structure Boss to describe that chamber. Images of a man flashes of description, staring at his standing in the crowd during Martin Luther King's speech, visible in the background during the story of the Berlin Wall, present at the scene of the church of the architect. His first opinions of building the boat's engineer, central officers just outside the normal flow of time, staring at moments when history hangs in the balance. He still trying to expose project progress, gathering evidence of certain dimensions that he can somehow use to alert the world to the truth. Other senses become harmless and destroyed. A central observer whose documents and managed challenge without being able to change it. He reminds me of what comes to humanity post survival. The photographs are always blurry, always inconclusive. The internet has suggested someone matching Boss's description. He credited dozens of historically significant events with the past several decades. Project Chronos officially denied and the photographs were reported to the school's offices, product of a conspiracy theory that was well beyond any rational basis. All officers heard the story, and all the doctors anticipated peaceful flight. In the fully presence of any given moment will completely happen. He observed that Dr. What to do. He's become a ghost in the shadow, trapped between moments in existence between the life and death. Sometimes, they say, he knows how to look at his hand and the evidence of his presence. Over in the background is historical photographs which shouldn't be there, shadows that use independently of their sources, reflections in windows that show someone who is truly there. The ghost engineer is still out there, somewhere in the spaces between seconds, still trying to find a way to prove the reality in the central page to his guilty favor. Whether that's true or not, the legend that Nathaniel Boss serves as a reminder of some of the perceptions raised by Project Chronos. He could prevent human extinction by eliminating human risk. He could save the species by destroying the earth without salvation be worth the cost. Perhaps if you knew that your resistance was futile, and your curses had already been predicted and counted, would you still choose to resist? These are the questions that conspiracy theorists will open up. Getting theories about time travel programs and the men who try to stop them. These are the questions that make people stand and take right because it shouldn't be there. Searching for proof that somewhere, someone is still fighting for human freedom. Efficient theory that Project Chronos never existed. That's why it's impossible, but the government has no ability to control the events. But late at night, when the rational mind speaks and imagination takes over, the one that is maybe, just maybe, the ghost engineer is still out there, still watching, still documenting, but hoping to find a way to set humanity free from the temple change and save it from itself. You can look closely at historical photographs too, to examine the faces in the crowd and the figures in the shadows, you might just have to do it for yourself. And now I'm at I think you knew too much. The ghost image shouldn't do itself. The question is, if you saw them, did you recognize them? If you recognize them, did you understand what his presence really means? Sweet dreams, of her fire. 10-year-old Silas Greer lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling fan that barely breathed in the air. While other kids his age were dreaming of baseball and bicycles, Silas was discovering a strange world that he not when the normal rules were suspended, felt possible. That's how he found Art those thoughts was like a creature in the darkness. Even no one was somewhere who was curious to believe in these steps. Silas had discussed the show and his father's radio had been left on after a late night fishing trip. Now it was every night, tune in when his small travel story, volume low enough for his parents to clear enough that his voice was heard through the air. July 29th, the Wednesday night changed everything. Melvin Selden, Fielding called about UFO sightings in Nevada, the latest conspiracy theory of early 60s. Silas had heard it all before. It showed that molecular callers was familiar with it. But then Bell's voice had a different quality, experience, more intrigue. So, just received a fact that it's something else entirely. This comes from someone calling himself John Hunter, who claims to be writing from the year 2036. Silas sat up in bed, suddenly alert. Time travel stories were common on Coast to Coast, but there was something in Bell's tone that suggested this was different. Now, I've read a lot of these over the years, but this one is remarkably detailed, remarkably specific. Let me read it to you. The facts was unlike anything Silas had ever heard. This junkie to her who spoke with clear precision about future events. Civil War that would tear the United States apart by 2005, and mission to retrieve an IBM 5100 1975, something called the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. But what struck Silas most was the voice behind the words. Even creative true Bell's reader, there was something desperate happening, something urgent. I am a time traveller from the year 2036, Bell read. I'm on my way home after getting an IBM 5100 computer system from the year 1975. My time machine is a stationary map and quickly places me, powered by two separate dual positive singularities that produce a standard effect express time story. Technical jargon was showed in silence, but he grabbed his notebook, the one who kept recording interesting things we heard on the show, and began to sketch. He drew timelines, tried to capture the great dimension, the strange sense of inevitability of his words. Civil War in America was set in 2005, but continued reading. In 2015, Russia will launch a nuclear strike against the major cities in the United States, China, and Europe. The US cities are destroyed along with the AFD American Central Empire. The European Union and China will also be destroyed. Oddly enough, Russia is not target. Silas's pencil moved faster across the page. Something about this felt different from the usual post-to-post contact. This wasn't someone looking for attention and had to sell a book. This felt like a warning, like a message in a bottle thrown across a crucial time. Then something strange happened. The broadcast began to experience experience. Static systems of pulse, and eventually static rhythm. Through the white noise, Silas could swear he heard an echo. Sensors and bells that persisted. It sounded like it was saying something, but the words were lost in the electronic snow. Bell paused at the reading. We're having some technical difficulties with both. Bear with us. Static continued for nearly 20 seconds, and was clear that the suddenly as it began. Bell was reading, sound sensitive odd. Slowing the text different. Something to teach it over. Well, that's quite a fact. John keeps on from 2026. If you're listening, John, give us a call. I'd love to know more about time machine theory. The notebook came and showed me John's rather topic, other mysteries. Silas, however, remained focused on what he had heard. He spent the rest of the night thinking questions, theories, timelines, talking about the type of man of education, which is exactly to be corrupted by an important. Over the following week, Silas found himself returning to those notes again and again. He checked the official coast-to-coast archive, but the version posted online was short of what he remembered hearing. Some of the details felt missing, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what. The summer ended, school began, and the rest of the story. Silas never forgot that night. He never forgot the urgency in those words read by outraged Theodore. He kept the notebook, even as he grew older, even as the memories began to feel more like a dream than a real experience. He had no way of knowing that 27 years later, he would discover that his childhood memory was more accurate than any official record, and that the missing pieces of that broadcast would lead him into a conspiracy that stretched across decades and possibly across time itself. 2025 arrived with the same quiet desperation that has marked the previous few years. I was here, now 37, there in the wake of 2 worked in a building that didn't exist. Division Clover occupied the floors of a nondescript office complex in McLean, Virginia, hidden beneath the innocuous nameplate of the Federal Motor Compliance Agency. His job title was Site Systems Analyst. He spent his days diving into the digital archaeology of government databases, tracking down corrupted files, fixing network vulnerabilities, and occasionally stumbling across information that reminded him of security clearance code with a lifetime non-disclosure agreement. He worked at he was solitary, and allowed him to disappear into the intricate puzzles of darkness. Most importantly, it kept his mind occupied during the day, which made the sleepless nights much more bearable. On a Tuesday morning in March, Silas was conducting a routine audit of the division's network infrastructure, and he noticed something unusual. The relay code in the central part of the system was showing signs of corruption, not the usual degradation of old hardware, something deliberate. The corruption patterns were too regular and purposeful. Following the digital background, Silas traced the compromised nodes with offline vaults wouldn't never seen before. The access path was buried beneath the layers of security controls, and the vault itself was labeled with a designation that was Northwest 99, Division XP Delta. Right there, the name seemed like a crystal blade, with that dominated making a good, the outside voice speaking the words and the instructions. 7 years that everybody seemed active in strange childhood dictation that never comes into shape. His hand trembled slightly with the shape of the space. His spirit level was sufficient, barely. He had to reach through several proxy servers to avoid triggering forces of monitoring. The regular business space was necessary errors. The files began to populate on the screen, and Silas felt the world being put on its axis. Operation Echo Prism was the final designation. The associated document captured a picture that was both impossible and terrifyingly plausible. The files contained logs referencing temporary version 001, codename CICAR, along with directives for retroactive suppression, and now this segment space. The audio file was specified. The file was labeled coast-to-coast AM072998 and is significantly larger than the operation of that activity. Silas's hands shook as he downloaded it to a secure partition, opened written and audio editing program. Marcel's voice stored in her face, exactly as he remembered from that night 7 years ago. The minute over, every week was a as the broadcast progressed, Silas began to use his strength. The version he was hearing was longer, more detailed. The static that had interrupted the broadcast was there, but it was different, more structured, more purposeful. And then, the static cleared, he heard something that made his blood run cold. Another voice, speaking over the internet. And like that, nothing else entirely. The words were distorted, but with some audio manipulation, Silas was able to concern of the baseball on the street. It was impossible. The fire was clearly authentic. Enough the data showed it was recorded directly from the system. The witchcraft contains material that has never been publicly archived. We spent the next several hours diving into the ORC but we found a government operation that defied everything we knew about the area. The government required appeared to be some sort of information warfare initiative designed to suppress or also public perception of sister events. I thought it was the final unfinished step in a series of what files were. The doctor suggested that the job keeper who sent that back to Artdale was not creative fiction, but far more dangerous. Genuine instructions of the timeline that was required of music computer. According to the files, the original broadcast was successful and posted in the file. The version was archived and distributed publicly to each step with the most alarming elements removed. That was the silence remembered actually the sound of the timeline being corrected without that happening. Perhaps most disturbing of all was a series of voice analyses comparing the mysterious second voices back to various archives of Philip. The analysis showed a match to three encrypted internal keys, all based on phones that were invented. One of those calls was traced back to 11:47 p.m. July 29, 1992, same night as the original broadcast. Silas stared at the screen until his eyes burned. These files were genuine, and everything he thought he knew was wrong. The hoax wasn't John Hubbard's plan of time travel. The hoax was the cover-up, a carefully constructed narrative that had been designed to make it science fiction. No copies of them, storing them on encrypted drives and published. Copying them and accessing files and whatever division forward was really zero, what else the truth about John Cooper really was. Half the people was extraordinary length to prepare. He prepared to leave the office that evening, while it couldn't shake the feeling of his reflection. The familiar paranoia of his profession was taken on a new intensity. He'd always known that his patient was getting he felt like he'd stumbled upon a secret that he realized. That night, for the first time in years, Silas didn't have trouble sleeping. He was dreaming of things expected, with voices calling him to think with a growing certainty that the past was special to really believe. He was special to see. With its following week, Silas found himself spending every 3 moments analysing the old files, comparing the uncut broadcast with public archives, and trying to piece together a timeline that made every sense. Started with the basics. The original face-to-face broadcast from July 29, 1998 was publicly available in multiple archives. When compared these versions to the differences were subtle. Entire sections had been removed, not just focused, but completely excised from the historical record. The public version of the broadcast ran for exactly 47 minutes and 32 seconds. The uncut version was 51 minutes and 18 seconds long. Nearly 4 minutes of material had been removed and left in the so-called text without a direct comparison. It's just the length. Content itself had been open. In the public version, Catholic message was presented as an interesting curiosity. A well-crafted piece of science fiction that no less was a user-method skepticism and entertainment. Uncut version, all turned to theory and concern. There were moments where he thought that he was grappling with the implications of what he was reading. So, as I should say, said in the uncut version, this was unlike anything I've ever received. The level of detail, technical specifications, incredibly like someone's creative writing project. This was beautiful. Those words didn't exist in any archive. Silas began to dig deeper, tracking down early internet discussions. He found references to the original broadcast and
early web forms. Many of the necessary instructions have been removed for all. Even if someone has gone through the early internet and applying to code, systematically removing or modifying any reference to the actual version of the broadcast. The more to investigate it, the more convinced it becomes that all of these files represented a massive information warfare. Someone with significant resources maximized felt an extraordinary level of historical records and methods. That's why what's so dangerous about John Teach's methods is it requires a degree of suppression. The ascertaining and science about analyzing the metadata embedded in the OR's prediction of the artifact. Hidden within this intricate production is a wealth of information about their origins and the people who created them. The science of this described as something called the temporal anomaly research division, which appears to be a joint operation between the NSA, CIA, and a private contractor called Living. The project has been running since 1947, originally focused on what the files called chronological incidents. Events that seem to violate the modern cause effect. Besides your incident with 7 temporal templates, the files are direct communication of the alternative future timeline. According to the files, the government has been tracking and temporal anomalies for decades. The time that incident is significant is the first time such an anomaly occurred in a public forum, broadcast live in millions of countries. The files contain detailed analysis of every message, written down not just the context, but the linguistics, the choice of words, even the rhythm of sentences. The conclusion was unanimous among the analysts. This was not a hoax. The message showed signs of what they called temporal displacement syndrome. Linguistic patterns that suggested the author was experiencing time in a non-linear fashion. But perhaps most disturbing is the section labeled Teaching and Protocol. The files outlined a comprehensive plan to discredit the temporal incident through a combination of misinformation and narrative manipulation. False information was distributed into online forums, creating a confusing web of contradictory claims that would make it impossible for anyone to determine what was real and what was fabricated. The plan had worked perfectly. By 2001, someone calling themselves John Teachel began posting on internet forums. The narrative had been so thoroughly corrupted that the real message was lost to a science fiction of Silas Peck Howard studying the forum post attributed to John Teachel, comparing them with the original facts that had been read on post-KS. The difference is precise. Forum posts were elaborate, entertaining, and full of the kind of time-travel babble that science fiction now loves. The original facts were first, technical, and terrifying misinformation. The forum posts were the disinformation campaign. They were designed to turn John Teachel into a farce, an internet legend that no one listened to. The real John Teachel, the one who had set that factory art out and been erased from history, who was he? And where had he come from? The answer to that question would lead science down a rabbit hole that would shape his understanding of reality itself. The first time that science was attracted unwanted attention came on a Thursday morning in late March. He arrived at his desk to find that the security badge had been downgraded, not revoked entirely, but his access to certain systems had been restricted. When he tried to access the author's files, he was met with an error message he'd never seen before. Access denied, subject classification under review. The supervisor, a thin man named Carson, who only spoke and never smiled, appeared as if cubicle within minutes. The order was in a security order. Any irregularities in your access pattern, nothing serious. You need to secure assigned project for the next few weeks while we sort it out. Silas nodded, keeping the expression neutral. Of course, whatever you need. The Carson's eyes lingered on him for a moment too long. Silas got the distinct impression that this was not a routine security order. Over the following days, surveillance became more obvious. His computer would crash at exactly 2:11 a.m. every night, regardless of whether he was using it or not. The crashes were too regular, too precise to be coincidental. Someone was monitoring the system and shut it down at predetermined intervals. Attempts to communicate with the outside world were also being interfered with. Emails to friends
family would bounce back to undeliverable. His phone calls would drop after his laptop for minutes. Even his internet searches would be filtered. Certain keywords would become no results, while others would return to a doctor's website. But it was the woman in the plate translator who first researched. She appeared Monday morning, standing across the street from his office building. Tall, professional-looking with dark hair pulled back from a severe bun. She stood in the same spot for exactly 15 minutes from 8:45 to 9 a.m., then disappeared. The next day she was back, same time, same position. Black Friday day was further attack. The woman appeared every morning at 8:45 a.m. and every evening at 5:15 p.m. She never looked directly at the building, never made any obvious attempt to observe him, but her presence was too regular to feel she lost her. The following Monday, everything changed. When Silas arrived at his desk, he found a message on his computer server. Not an email, not a system notification, but a text file that was placed directly on his desktop. File name was simply resin.px. The message inside was brief. Doctor, Sonara Box, former DOD temporal linguistic analyst, presumed dead in 2016. Hunter wasn't the host, he wasn't first either. He was the last natural variable. Underground parking garage, level B3 to 1911 PX on the low. Bring the files. Silent stared at the message for a long time. Dr. Lenara Box was a name he recognized from the Orpheus files. She had been one of the lead analysts on the Python project. According to the documents, she died in a car accident in 2015. Her analysis of the temporal anomaly was instrumental in developing the containment protocols. If she was alive, and if she was reaching out to him, everything was about to change. The rest of the day passed in a blur of paranoia and anticipation. Silence went through the motions of his normal routine, of his mind was wrong. He made copies of all the files he discovered, storing them on multiple encrypted drives. This was a trap he wanted to make sure the information would survive him. At 10:45 p.m., he made his way to the underground parking garage. Level B3 was nearly deserted at the time. It looked like footprints were up in the road cast long shadows between the concrete pillars. They felt like two steel rocks in the world above. She was waiting for him near the elevator. She looked nothing like the woman he had seen across the street. This Dr. Lena Abbott was in her 50s, with greying hair and the kind of exhausted look that seemed for too many years of carrying dangerous people. She wore a simple black jacket and jeans, and her eyes never stopped moving. You found your good without the apple. I know that the central incident was real, she said. I know that someone went extraordinary lengths to cover it up, and I know that you're supposed to be dead. She smiled grimly. Death was a relative concept in the city. I've been dead for 9 years, and it's been the focus 9 years of my life. Until now. What do you mean? That someone with access to the Orpheus file was making copies? That someone is real? Too. That's what children. Who are they? The people who have been managing the family for the last 7 years. People who decided that certain events needed to be erased from history. People who made sure that John Tyler became a joke instead of a warning. She gestured for him to follow the people to the garage, away from the elevator and stood. When they reached the secluded corner, she turned to face him. What I'm about to tell you is going to tell you. You've already seen that. You know that the story is a lie. The question is the truth? Silence nodded. She wasn't ready for anything. He really was a time traveler. But he was the first. There have been others, small incursions, temporal anomalies that we were able to continue to cover up. This is different from the public. Suddenly millions of people time travel was real. Things were present in the past that already changed things. That's what brings us to life. Nothing is more resilient than those people. The major disruption of the technology. Well, that's different. That trend is over. So the children try to keep it smart. That's why he set the factory right to get that switch. The way to ensure that the truth will survive even if it can survive. The broadcast of editing story with its credit. That's what he wants to say. But the truth is always persistent, even when people try to erase it. That's why you found the RPH file. That's why you're here now, talking to me. Trying to be quiet for a moment, processing what she told you. What happened later? The question is it? According to the official file, it was neutralized. There are other files. It suggests something different. Something that will explain why the timeline is so unstable lately. A kind of instability. Small thing. Events that don't quite line up with the historical record. Everyone remember things differently than they're supposed to. Several echoes that suggest the past is not as strict as it should be. She reached into her jacket and pulled out a small device that looked like an off-road smartphone. This is a central resonance detector. It measures fluctuations in the time stream. Watch. She activated the device and the screen filled with a complex waveform. The patterns are chaotic, full of spikes and valleys that seem to pulse with an organic rhythm. This is what the timeline looks like now, she said. Unstable, fractured. Something is wrong with the fundamental structure of causality itself. And you think this is connected with the center of it. I think John Titor didn't just travel through time. I think he broke it. And I think the people who are trying to cover it up are making it worse. She handed him the device. Fix it. Honest to believe it. If I'm right, if the timeline is continuing to degrade, then we need to do something about it before it's too late. What can we do? We find the truth. We find out what really happened to John Titor. And we figure out how to fix the mess that's been made of history. The different key is the light in the parking garage fitted in their house. In the darkness, Silas could hear the sound of approaching footsteps, multiple steps, moving with military precision. He found us, run! The next few days blurred together in a haze of paranoia and digital archaeology. Silas had managed to escape the parking garage that night. Just barely. Dr. would not be so lucky. When he looked at the news of her the next morning, there was no trace, no arrest report, no missing person filing, nothing. It was as if she had simply ceased to exist. She had given him the tools he needed to continue the investigation. The temporal resonance detector confirmed what she had told him. The timeline was becoming increasingly unstable. The readings showed a massive fluctuation. Temporal distortions that seemed to be growing stronger by the day. More importantly, she had provided him with access to the levels of the Orpheus archive. Files that painted a picture of a government conspiracy that stretched back decades, involving not just the press, but a whole series of temporal anomalies that had been systematically covered up. The deeper files revealed the existence of Project Coronos, a black budget operation that had been running since 1962. The project was tasked with monitoring and suppressing evidence of temporal displacement, but the files suggested that they had gone far beyond simple observation. They were actively manipulating the timeline, making selective alterations to history to maintain what they called narrative stability. According to the files, the Titor incident had been a ferocious challenge. Unlike previous temporal anomalies, which had been private or localized, the Titor fact had been broadcast to millions of people. The normal containment protocol wouldn't work. Instead, they had implemented something called narrative severance protocol, a comprehensive disinformation campaign designed to turn truth into fiction. The protocol had three phases. First, they would edit the original broadcast, removing the most conflicting elements, replacing them with obvious fabrications. Second, they would feed false information into online forums and discussion groups, creating a confusing web of contradictory claims. Third, they would create a false people persona, someone who would post elaborate science fiction stories, and discredit the original message. The plans were successful. By 2001, when the first John Titor began posting on internet forums, the real message had been completely obscured. Prophet came to know John Tuesday in his revelation. He created a monster who would entertain people with elaborate contracts. The real John Tuesday, the one who had sent that desperate back to the earth out, had been erased from history. Science was beginning to suspect that the story was more complex than science suggested. The temporal resonance detector was showing patterns that didn't match the official timeline. There were echoes, repetitions, suggestions that certain events had been repeated or revised multiple times. He decided to using the access code to get the box it provided, began to search for the deepest files on Chrome. He found the object code. The files were labeled Ouroboros Protocol, which contained evidence of something that should have been accessible. The project wasn't just accepting evidence of time travel. They were engaging in time travel themselves. The files contained operations for operations, missions with specific medical explorations. The operation was surgical, precise, designed to change single events without disrupting the larger flow of history. The cumulative effect was devastating. The timeline had been edited so many times that it was beginning to collapse under the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of it all was John Tuesday. According to the Ouroboros, he just travelled back in time once. He made multiple trips, each time trying to prevent a different one, each time creating new problems for his mission. The file suggested that he was just a time traveller. He was trapped in a temporal loop, endlessly repeating the same mission, never quite achieving the results he was looking for. Each iteration of the loop created new timeline structures, new possibilities that had to be managed. The most disturbing revelation was contained in the final file labeled Subject Profile, John Bruno Sacrifice. The file contained biometric data, voice print analysis, psychological profiles. But it was the photograph that made scientists relax. The face looking back at him on the screen was ordinary, no weathered, basically familiar. It was on his face, aged by decades of John Title was tired square. The realization hit him like a physical blow. Everything suddenly went back. His lifelong insomnia, the fascination of the original broadcast, the guilt of the accident style. He wasn't investigating himself. He was spectating. The temporal resonance detector in his pocket began to vibrate frantically. The readings were off the charts, suggesting a massive temporal event was now to occur. Around him, reality began to shiver and spin, and as if it had itself become He understood now why the timeline was so unstable. The presence in the past was creating paradox. Contradiction, the universe was struggling to resolve. He was trying to learn more about his own future. He created new branches, new possibilities that had to be managed and maintained. The government agents were trying to stop him from revealing the truth. They were trying to prevent him from completing the loop and becoming the John Piper who had turned that back to the heart valve. It was too late. The loop was already closing. He could feel it. The full of destiny, the weight of events that had already been set in motion. In that moment, he understood that Britain never had a choice. He had been following a script that had been written decades ago, playing out a role that had been predetermined by the laws of causality itself. His last act was to upload everything he had discovered to a series of encrypted servers, hidden in the deep corners of the internet. The file would survive, even if it didn't. Someone else would find them. Someone else would piece together the truth. He typed the final message, his fingers moving with the certainty someone had written these same words countless times before. The 5,100 was completed. Lord half of his mission. He could travel time and now I see everything. The loop was loose. To his sense, the world dissolved around him. Reality collapsing into a single point of impossible life. The last thing he saw before the darkness came to him was his own reflection on the computer screen. It was different. Older, wearier, bearing the weight of knowledge that no human mind should have. Job Cooper was gone. Simon's career was gone. But the loop continued, as always had, as predators exist. Somewhere in the multiverse, 10-year-old boy behind the bow. Listen to Art Bell with a factual soundtrack of the same from the year 2026. The message would always be the same. The warning would always be ignored, and the loop would always close. Time is not a river flowing in one direction. It is a circle, endlessly repeating, endlessly consuming itself. At the center of that circle, the voice called out across the world, desperately, urgently, forever unheard. Don't trust the timeline, it's been rewritten. In the end, that was all that remained. Yet another voice to begin erasing history. The ghost of a man who tried to change the past, and has only succeeded in ensuring that it would happen exactly as it always has. The psychophile would be discovered eventually, pieced together by someone else who couldn't sleep, someone else who heard voices in the center. The truth was certain, as always was, it was a dismissive fiction, as the delusions of someone who had spent too long staring into the existence of hard information. And somewhere in the darkness, between one moment and the next, between one timeline and another, the loop was external, inescapable, temporal, the robot devouring its own tail. The listener had remembered. The listener had become the message, and the message would always be the same.
Hmm. Okay, Google, switch on the light. Okay, Google, switch off the light.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Stories About Inside. Let's start our video with a story in which OD painstakingly rebuilt customers' crashed PC, only to be told it wasn't fair. But before we begin, the best way to support our channel is to leave comments, like, and subscribe with a turned on bell so you don't miss a new video every single day. Here we go. Customer, make it like it used to be. Me. Say that. I once spent quite a long time fixing the computer for a new client. After the PC had crashed, the old hard drive failed completely. Fortunately, the customer had a basic file backup from perhaps a year or two ago, so we got most of the files back. However, I had very little info to go on. I didn't know the original version of Windows, no idea what apps they used or what email client they used. I was met by repeated, I don't know, and it didn't want to do that before. I continued to be patient, calm, and understanding, bringing up images on the internet to see if any start menus or apps looked familiar. In the end, I installed the latest and greatest of everything. I got it looking really good, easy to use, and all our apps on the start menu. They started getting pretty moody when we spent half an hour trying to recover the forgotten email password. Apparently, the security question wasn't something they'd have ever known. The partial recovery phone number wasn't there, so yes, it was their landline. Then they couldn't find the password in their book, even though that's not the one I used for my email. Yes, it is. Finally, I've invested enough time on this. I've asked all the questions. He's got a few answers. The computer's all good. However, I get several calls over the next couple of days asking where some obscure apps have gone. Why did I remove them? Why have I not installed these dodgy cleanup utilities they paid for? Why have I deleted the email contacts? They meant autofill, which obviously is empty, or the browser password. I go back and get a lecture on how it's just not good enough. They've been invoiced good money for their computer to be fixed, and frankly, it's not fixed. They just want it back the way it was. TBH, I'd really undercharged for my time anyway, maybe 2 hours instead of the actual 5 to 6 invested. Because no matter how hard I tried, it was never going to be a job they were completely happy with. Being younger and less experienced, I missed the potential red flags. The customer was slightly outside my usual area. They should have been able to find several things closer to them. The first phone call has been out of hours. They've been a bit difficult and uncooperative from the start. They'd almost expected the job to not be good enough, and during the small talk, they'd already complained about their plumber and how many times they've had to find a new cleaner for their home since they've been let down several times. They hadn't yet paid the invoice. Get it back the way it was. I popped out of the room for a couple of minutes, and I was so fed up by this point. I took the side off the case to move the new drive and reconnected the broken one with the case. I picked up my tool bag and met the client in the hallway. All sorted exactly as it was before. And don't worry, I'll cancel the invoice so there's nothing to pay. I made a dash. I have no idea what happened next. I ignored a few missed calls and blocked the number. I thought about how I'd reply to any kind of email or online review, but I heard no more. I'd like to think they got someone far less patient, more expensive, and got a worse result. It's impossibly frustrating to do IT work with people who know absolutely nothing, but they're sure you're doing it wrong. And our second story. We did exactly what policy demanded, which meant absolutely nothing got done. This goes back to my days working in a large public transit authority. Safety was the golden rule, emphasized trust, and we drove into it at every opportunity, especially when it came to moving buses, and with good reason. We had around 250 buses in our depot, and maneuvering those beams each weighing upwards of 15 tons through tight spaces was a daily challenge. Between narrow depot lanes, dim lighting, and unpredictable weather, one careless move could end in disaster. Now, our yard has a particular layout. The outside lot was organized in such a way that around 50 buses had to be backed in every single night. Two long rows, nose to tail, 25 buses each. As per our established safety protocols, no bus was to be backed into a spot without a backup helper, someone standing behind the vehicle, guiding the driver, preventing collisions. You'd be amazed how easy it is to accidentally plunge one $800,000 bus into another if you're back in line. But here's where the management got clever, or so they thought. In a cost-saving move, they decided to eliminate the dedicated backup helper position. Previously, it was usually filled by an operator on restricted duty, someone recovering from injury, or unable to drive temporarily. But some fiscal pusher higher up figured just standing around and waving your arms gig was a waste of money, so they pitched the job altogether. No plan to replace it, just expected the remaining staff to make do. We had 6 shippers working in the yard. These were trained operators who handled all the post-route movements, fueling, parking, pulling buses into maintenance. The rules clearly stated that an operator was never to leave a bus unattended if it was running. Someone had to be in the driver's seat, no exception, so there was no room for improvisation. First night after the change, the dominoes started to fall. First bus rolled into the yard and radioed the yard dispatcher for backup help, safely reversed into a spot. Nothing, no response. Dispatcher reported. Second bus rolled in, same request, same silence. This went on. By the time the 6th bus pulled in and stopped waiting, the entire process was backed up literally. 10 more buses were now stuck outside the depot gates waiting to get in. It didn't take long for the neighborhood to notice. The depot was already unpopular with the locals, and now they had a traffic jam of idling buses blocking their street. Horns honking, diesel fumes wafting, neighbors calling the police. Chaos. Meanwhile, all 6 of the shifters were parked inside the yard, stuck in our buses. We weren't allowed to back in without help, and we weren't allowed to leave the bus unattended. That's 22. It's not our fault. Eventually, the yard dispatcher, completely overwhelmed, called up management. By the end of that shift, the missing backup helper job was reinstated, and not only that, it was now considered overtime critical. That meant for the next 3 months, duration of the current shift rotation or fix, someone got paid extra to do the very job they had tried to eliminate. The same waste of money position was now a line item on the overtime roster. They wrote the rules. All we did was follow the letter. It wasn't our job to break policy or take shortcuts, just to make management lives easier. Sometimes the best way to make a point is to do exactly what you're told. Nothing more, nothing less. And our next. Karen tried to report my SAR dog while trespassing on our training ground. I've been a search and rescue line handler for over a decade now, 11 years in counting. It's not glamorous, but it's rewarding. My dog's Pitbull. Beautiful, driven, loyal animal who can step out a missing person faster than most people can find their car keys. We train hard. We train often. And while we get the occasional raised eyebrow about the breed, it usually takes about 5 minutes of watching them work before people change their tune. Yesterday I was out with my younger dog, Hondo, a gorgeous blue brindle boy with energy for days. His first certification is fine-tuning some alert behaviors. We're working a 20-acre section of a 600-acre private property we have permission to train on. Not public, not a park, no ambiguity. Hondo was off leash, wearing 3 collars, a GPS and 2 IDs. He was in full work mode, nose down, tail moving like a metronome. I could tell he had the sense the second he hit that wood pile. A few seconds later, he pressed the ridge and disappeared. Standard stuff. Then I heard the bark. Not aggressive, excited. And a couple minutes later, Hondo comes barreling back, leaps up to pop me with his paws, and bolts off again. That's his alert. Found someone. Let's go. I'm jogging after him, and as I round the corner, there she is. Tearing up the mountains, in full-on panic squat mode, waving a collapsible hiking pole at my dog like she's fending off a bear. Now, Hondo, professional that he is, didn't even quit. He just sat about 10 feet away, taking rubber pig in his mouth, mouth the wall right, waiting for me. He did everything exactly right, even with this woman screeching like someone stepped on her right hiking route. There. How dare you let your dog off me? That line was search and rescue. We have permission to train him. Here. There are no dogs allowed off leash. This is dangerous. Hey, find the land. My dog's literally trained to find missing people. That's his job. You pull in the air. She starts reporting like she's busting open some giant criminal conspiracy. Here. Behavior is acceptable? Me. Yeah, because it's his job. Here. I want to speak to your supervisor. There. Now, in our FAR team, supervisor doesn't mean some office manager hiding behind a desk. It means I've earned enough experience to run a team, manage a crew, and make judgment calls on the ground. And I was the senior handler on site. Me. You're talking to her. Here. You're why. There has to be someone above you. Me. There isn't. I'm in today. Here. You should have asked me before letting your dog run out. Me. You shouldn't be here. Private property. Just that guy. Here. What's your name? Me. It's calling me handler location. Here. Your last name. Me. You don't need that. She turns to my teammates. Two guys standing nearby. Eyes is as they are said. Starts snapping photos of their man Hondo, who's now belly up in the snow, gently chewing on his toy pig like she's on a spa day. Here. What are your names? You approve of this? Both guys shrugging in unison. She's in charge. Eventually, she storms off, muttering about lawyers and dangerous breeds, while Hondo hops up, shakes his snow off, and goes right back to work. Ironically, the subject of the person who we were actually searching for as part of the training scenario was about 20 feet from where Karen had her meltdown. Hondo found him again in seconds. Nailed it. Solid alert. Got all the praise and treat he deserved. Later, Karen managed to find a few more of our team members farther down the trail and gave them the full ranch, claiming my dog charged her that I rewarded him with treats for being aggressive and that clearly something was wrong with all of them. They tried to explain to our protocol, handler authority, even the legality of it all. She told them to hush and accused the entire team of endangering the public. Let me see this through. Hondo handled that better than most people would. Stay focused, stay calm, and most importantly, keep on his subject under pressure. So we trained. So yeah, while Karen was busy playing trail police, my pit bull was out there saving lives. But sure, tell me again how your hiking pole would be to keep the world safe. And our last goal. HOA president tried to find me $3,000 for swimming in my own lake. Now, they pay me to use it. Hi, I'm Jim. I've been living in my house by an old quarry lake for over 8 years. This isn't just a muddy pond. It's a stunning, continuously crystal clear lake with fish, ducks, and the perfect escape for hot summer days. The previous owner had stocked in the thermostat fish, and they thrived overfed. I love fishing here, just like my dad, who often visits with my kids. Sometimes I even convince my wife to join in, but that's another story. Part of the lake borders the local HOA's property. Years ago, the previous owner made a deal with them for a one-time payment. They could use part of my private store for 10 years. found out about this later. I really cared that HOA folks would fish the sun occasionally, and I didn't mind. Until Karen became HOA president. Karen was the walking stereotype. Bleached blonde hair with inch-long dark roots, shiny framed glasses, lips permanently curled with disdain, and an Olympic level obsession with issuing fines. One July morning, I was on my porch sipping coffee, watching my wife and kids swim in our section of the lake. Suddenly, Karen's white Lexus LS pulled up like it was the season finale of a bad soap opera. She got out, stared at them, and started taking pictures. Me. Good morning, Karen. Karen, without even looking at me. That's a violation. Children are only allowed to swim in an HOA zone under supervision of a certified lifeguard. Me. This is my lake, Karen, my property. There's nothing on our shore. Karen, you signed the community rules when you bought your house. Me. Not in the HOA, Karen. She stopped, turned on her heel, and left. A week later, I got a certified letter, a $3,000 fine for violating lake safety regulations. At first, I thought it was a joke. Nope, it was an official HOA letter signed by Karen. I brought my property documents to the HOA office, clearly showing my section of the lake was private. Karen didn't even look. Karen, you feel that my husband's a very expensive lawyer. He'll leave you without the shirt on your back, so consider your appeal denied. That was my turn. I went to the city archives, found the original HOA access agreement, and saw the magic date. It expired 5 years ago. The payment had gone to the previous owner, not me. So at the next HOA meeting, I walked in, smiling, arms of documents. Me. Just so you all know, the agreement allowing you access to my lake store expired 5 years ago. From now on, either I close it off or you pay me $10,000 a year. The room exploded. People gasped, whispered, laughed nervously. HOA members, wait, if we pay 10K, our HOA fees go up? Me, yes, or I put up a fence. All eyes turned on Karen. President, this is your fault. You started this. Karen, he's breaking the rules. We have to show him who's in charge. President, he's not even in the HOA, Karen. 2 days later, I found a petition in my mailbox to remove her. Signatures poured in. And about 90% of the residents kicked her out. The new board called me immediately. 4. Jim, procedures, leaving the deal. 3. $2,000 a year, and you can keep using the store. 4. Deal. The bogus fine vanished. I've had no trouble since. And Karen, her house was on the market a week later. A month later, she was gone from town. I still don't know why her very expensive lawyer husband didn't swoop in to save her. Maybe he knew better than to fight a losing case. And honestly, Karen leaving was the best possible outcome for everyone's team. Hey guys, thank you all for watching the video. I'll see you in the next one.
From UFOs to psychic powers to government conspiracy, history was given with unexplained events. We can turn back now to learn perspective and consciousness of productive of high IQ. Hello and welcome back to the show. My name is Matt. They call me dead. We're joined as always with our super producer, Dylan, and editing Al Fagan. Most importantly, you are here. That is this is stuff they don't want you to know. What's cooler than being cool? I told. I can't hear except that I could. All right, now, fellas. Shout out to Outcast and Andre, obviously, since we are based in the fair metropolis of Atlanta. What's the time you guys felt cool? Not physical temperature wise, but more like the street being suave. Yeah, I like that. I like it. That's not the case. Everybody. It is weirdly uncomfortable and important to me. I think that often. Guys are referring to all the writing. The most uncool thing to do is consider yourself to be cool. Exactly. If I'm not mistaken, when you're 60, that was it. Yeah. And it's one of those that you have to have. March is Cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you cool, definitely surrounded the idea of being jazz. I heard it was Lester Jones. I'm excited to talk about the history as well. But yeah, it's modern cool, a little bit different. It's drastically different from the original idea of cool. And it's difficult to define, right? There's something aspirational and ephemeral about coolness. So most of history, we thought of the idea of coolness as this subjective thing. But now, as we alluded to in the previous strange news conversation, modern science claims to solve the conundrum what has it. It sure would be cool if it did. It would even know. Yeah, it worked. And why would it matter to us what is or isn't cool? How could that be recognized? It doesn't. I don't care. I love it. We also use the word cool pretty often in this episode, which might be too funny. So you might run into some semantic issues. We're going to get to that too, I'm sure, but not to mention that the word cool, yeah, just has like in its use and often like the least remarkable thing. Like, that's cool. Okay, sure. Sure, with the cool with the kid. Here are the facts. Since the dawn of civilization, people have yearned to be cool. Like we mentioned at the top, the specifics of what a person thinks or being considered cool in modern parlance has changed over time. I think most of us agree with one of those relatively types of phenomena. Yeah, I mean, back in the day, being cool often meant that you're not a nut. And that you're not going to, like, report someone's illegal activity to the bus. Yeah, and in previous iterations, being cool, or first, like the earliest writings of coolness as a sociological or personality concept was built on the idea of emotional restraint. It wasn't so much about swagger as it was being, civil but controlled, not easily shaken, and keeping your cool. It's cool, exactly. And this, it's interesting to go back to this old idea of linking temperature and emotion. And that's why we still sometimes say someone is cold to us in English. Someone who dismisses or they're purposely ignoring you or they're, like going out of the way to not laugh at your joke. That's who you cold. Even the term like bitch, he cool to her. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, over time, you kind of become disinterested for a loop. Yeah. We've all seen something hot. Oh, something not cool. Mm-hmm. Someone teed it up. Yeah. So this concept evolved, and it changed once again as we were talking about a little bit at the top. What we call modern cool originates back in the jazz era, right? The 30s, the 40s, where there was these legendary musicians that we mentioned who had this concept, this persona, this iconic aesthetic of coolness. And later historians will argue that there are strong potential roots in coolness for emotional restraint as a survival mechanism during chattel slavery. Oh, yeah. Well, let's talk about the guy that coined that cool, Lester Young. This is a jazz musician in the 1940s. There is a history, a tradition of black singers and performers who would go on stage, and there was an expectation of, and almost, I don't know how to describe this, societal pressure to smile on stage as a person of color, to look non-threatening when you're on stage, and to perform your music. And Lester went on stage. He would wear sunglasses in the club at night, and he refused to smile at the audience. He would get up there, he would play his badass music, and just be stoic almost, in that you are here experiencing my art, and I don't have to do the crap that you want me to be able to do. And that goes back, right, as you're saying, Ben, to all of the pressures and the stuff from chattel slavery. Yeah, it's also important to distinguish here that Lester Young at this point is not being hostile, he's not being rude, he's being confident and skilled and elite. He has autonomy, and that's one of the big factors we didn't talk about. But it's got a purpose, right? It's defined. Ultimately, that's what that is. And confidence. It's needing Yeah, you see, confidence, but autonomy is not necessarily hostility. You could say it's a quiet defiance because he's not out there, throwing flags or something, but he's refusing to play the game or comply to the pressures put upon him by a predatory social dynamic. And I'm looking forward to getting around to kind of the current state of cool because it requires discussion of things like cringe, which I very much look forward to getting on. And I right? So, exhibit A being stuff like props, not the example. One important thing that, well, I think if we take nothing away from this conversation, we should take this away. Corporations have weaponized the concept of it to great and damaging advantage. Of course, because most people do want the people who encounter the right. We want them to respect being cool has become an umbrella term to describe that existence and that perception. And if we want to make things more interesting, we can consider that every conceivable demographic, every imaginable social group or industry or community that cradles to the grave has their own internal definitions of coolness. But one example would be when we were in the Middle East earlier, we learned that certain styles of pizza or pickupping, right? They tend to be indicative of origin or social identification, and some ways to style them that are like newer, cooler styles. I mean, if you're doing that, it's going to be fancy cool. Right. I'm surprised how many miles David. There we go. This shows that there are countless examples where group or separate with your co-worker community all have their own versions of what is not considered cool. And these ideas, the credit doesn't translate. These ideas don't translate down in social groups. We were talking off night about something that is so common. If you have children, you might recognize that some stuff that seems easy to your kids might seem silly and incomprehensible to your peers, or indeed to children in other cultures. Which is fascinating because, when corporations sell the hot Christmas story, whatever, in the United States, it's advertised universally. Thou shalt, if you will, right? Yeah, it's funny though, the whole corporatization of cool often comes with over time a backlash as well. Yes, 100%. And we can encounter that backlash in microcosm itself. So if we now get stuff we think is cool, whether that's the genre of music, a type of film, a mood of dress, I think most people can admit that's just as subjective as any other aesthetic or activity. The clothing that the moms wore back in the day was not objectively the last word on clothing. It was just a way for that community to connect. Right? So I think the mods, like, the F-cat. No, the mods, more of the 50s kind of like, not like, like 40, like, got it. Although I do like the idea of the secrets of all the moderators who have their own fashion. Drive-by. Oh, yeah. Moderators are inherently ephemeral. I don't think it's going to happen. I guess it depends on the load of your mod. And we don't like to judge other people's jobs and how Chuck is wrong to say, but we did admit that as people lead through their lives, their idea, your idea of what cool means and what makes something cool evolve. And it's defined by your current and past social groups and what they practice and what you have learned from them and how it has taught you to agree with or disagree with the social dynamics. Look, let's be honest. It's birthday month as we're recording it. It's August 4th, 2025, and I think it's fair to say that every one of us has encountered something we thought was super, super cool in ages past when we were younger, and now we look back and I don't know if that was cool. Well, like, for example, when we were all at a certain age, things like chain wallets and Jigo pants were cool, and then they kind of fell out of fashion. became one of those fashion choices really sort of looked at as sort of like absurd. But guess what, y'all? Hugely back in a massive, no pun intended way with the kids. I was going to say, don't get us how Tennessee started on Google. Dylan and I, a while back, I can't remember how long ago it was, we actively tried to buy Chico's, but it was after the pendulum swung back and it was too expensive. Oh, and like for example, like things like bands like Dance for Super, Steely Dan, would be considered like the music of the man, the squares, or whatever. Now, Steely Dan has been reassessed, and there are tons of young hit bands that was their primary influence Steely Dan. And dear friend of the show, Frank Mulgaren, has a theory that that's on the way to happening with the Dave Matthews Band. Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Oh, I hope so.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? I'm gonna have to personally assess this myself.
Yeah.
Oh, do it. Do it. Go back to bartender.
But that's the funny thing.
Yes. Lay under the table. Were originally the opiest things to possibly wear, and then they all of a sudden started getting co-opted by like fashion brands and like influencers and stuff. Or Carhartt, which once was like a workman's kind of outfit, has been completely co-opted by fashion. But it's just so fascinating just to look at all this stuff along. Yeah, you can see it with authors as well, like Stephen King, who has swung back and forth in critical perception. That goes back to the, I love those when Google talks back up again, that Google refers to them a certain time as we get deeper here. It's great because maybe we get here, it's best for us to start defining tools by saying the quality of a person, place, or thing that is compatible with admirable social norms, which is a very accurate but very untrue way to define what a phrase. And because the reason it feels like so to define it that way is because it inherently argues that we're all much more susceptible to social pressures influences than we'd like to think. You know, human nature often seems to be a battle between wanting to be that matter, wanting to stand out, to be noticed, to be praised, to be respected, while at the same time learning to be accepted, learning to somehow fit in.
Yeah. I mean, think about it, guys. We're three guys in our 40s. Think about what it was when you were a kid in middle school, in high school, especially up until the age of 23, let's say, which is one of the markers that's used in a lot of these studies, a lot of the way people talk about this. That need to fit in just enough so you're not going to get picked on, that need to be a part of the crowd, but you want to be an individual too, that whole thing, it's so strong and continues to be strong, and has always been, I would say, extremely strong, because you want to be yourself and an individual, but you don't want to stick out enough so that the other kids are going to throw stuff at you. And it does that fairly culture by culture expression.
It does. That's the thing. It's such a stellar observation. And we know that if we understand that in conflict, and we know that the concept of coolness is so fluid and that interchangeable, then how on earth can a person become cool in general? How do we define that? Well, smaller you go, specific, how the definition can become. But any social group, it doesn't matter what you're doing, on a granular level, and you will quickly identify ways to dress, communication, recreation, ideological concepts that qualify as cool in that group. And sometimes they're defined by exclusivity, like being cool within this group includes the rejection of norms from outside groups, a way to differentiate us from them. I think I haven't seen this film in so long, but it makes me think of childhood movie flicks, like Mean Girls, for instance. If you guys remember that one, it's our henchman. With the henchman. And even on very small groups, right, you can see bullying and pressure and attempts to define coolness. Certainly religious, right? That can be really interesting in this way too, because it can be cool to follow the rules, right? It sounds pretty uncool if you're a high schooler. And speaking of historical kind of obsessions, like I'm always affected by folks that in that time were completely uncool or considered outliers or considered enemies of the state. And let's say Jesus is an example. But then over time, they're reassessed and they become an era defining presence of what cool is. There's actually a King
But then you look back and you go, oh wow, we really messed that up, didn't we? But you don't get that until you've been through something. Which is, I think to me, guys, as we recorded on the first day back to school after summer of 2025, it feels like that kind of thing is happening a lot. When you look at just some of the things I know at least my son's friend group is into, and some of the things that are considered cool are just being fully rejected in a couple of years. It's only going to take a couple of years.
Yeah, but there's an argument that, you know, the student is a cycle, the frequency of the cycle is decreasing, right? And there are some pretty astonishing sort of observations about that and investigations studies with the idea of the disorders aim to be set up on spiritual teaching. We cases to be accepted norms of behavior and morality. Mention that because it can lead to a ton of problems. Maybe a story for another speaking that actually goes to it specifically. What happens when we go out to the forest, to the trees, as it were? If we put aside the relatively routine task of determining coolness for specific groups, could we scientifically figure out coolness in general? Could we use that knowledge to improve our own social standing?
Yeah. And broader. Yeah, and will we be able to see when someone's trying to convince us that something is cool?
And when we learn the difference between cool and the pause, the word from our sponsors decide that here's where it gets free. Yeah, maybe you can scientifically define coolness. So in academia, we often joke there's a study for everything. This is no exception. Recent study came out called Cool People, which is a cool name for a study. First of all, I think it's okay. All right. Study dates to be so wrong.
I think less cool than a study about that sounds cool.
And I do this episode in here. It is the least cool thing we've ever done. I am here for it. So this is published in the Journal of Experimental Psychology, and it's by three Martinez professors. Todd Suzuki, David Ward, and Vinay Chip. They set out to quantify exactly what it means to be a cool person. And to your point, Joel, yes, you could argue that chasing cool, but you could argue that makes it uncool in appearance. But it is fascinating. They wanted to take that out and said, okay, we want to see whether it's possible to figure out whether there are specific, universal personality traits defining coolness, whether they're constant across human culture, or whether instead they vary from place. And even more intriguing, they ask, is being a cool person the same thing as being a good person? Which I think we'll all be interested to explore. Maybe first just hop under the hood and see how they started working with that. So the professors realized a couple things real quick. They're getting too specific with the stuff, possession, material goods, the physical appearance would not be particularly helpful since those traits can widely vary across different civilizations. Instead, they chose to look into personality traits and values. Yeah. And let's go to Todd Suzuki. He focused in a great article with conversation and several other interviews you can find online. And he said specifically this. At first, we asked nearly 6,000 people from 12 countries to think of someone they personally knew who was cool, not cool, good, or not good. And then we asked them to describe that person's traits and values using validated psychological measures. Which to me is funny because this is not how it happened, but I'm imagining cold calls, like how here we will get cold calls for surveys, especially on election time. I'm imagining the research assistants just randomly finding the phone number of someone in China or South Africa. Say, hi, would you can you think of a person that you would describe as cool, not cool, good or not good?
I'll meet with that question all day long. Stop that thing to buy my house. No, yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. It's a lift down.
And so they spent, these guys spent more than 5 years digging into this, 2018 to COVID pandemic. It was very difficult at times, right, to gather the data. Therefore, they spoke to folks from, well, 13 places for 12 countries. The U.S., Australia, Germany, South Africa, Spain, India, Turkey, Mexico, Nigeria, South Korea, China, Chile, and Hong Kong. So Hong Kong is kind of bracketed off as its own thing, but taking from a different country. So, cultural.
Things are very, very different places, which is a great thing for this stuff, right? You're not going to have a ton of bias simply for one culture that is deciding what cool is. They're trying to find what are the commonalities between all of these different places, with all the different feelings and the different traditions. What is cool? I love it.
Yeah. Like you were saying, that no secret that these are all incredibly unique places, and each of these places, indeed, is large enough to have its own variety of distinct and sometimes contradicting social groups. India is the world's most populous travel country. The United States, up until recently, was one of the world's top exporters of culture, tourists, right? And so it's completely possible, they said, that tourists may be way different in one place is another, meaning that what makes you cool as heck in Spain may not make you a cool person in Mexico, even if the common language. So they said this is completely possible from the state. Boy, howdy, you folks came across a real bag of behavioral factors, straight food facts. Oh, the straight food, yes. Sorry, you guys still got in my head with that conversation about Josh Clark and healthy food. Oh yeah, Loki. Right. Yeah, that was mostly back to that episode. And there's a moment where I finally realized what shooting was. Very connected. Spider-Man does. That's what Spider-Man does. So these guys are really on the previous research, which is quite robust. There's a lot of stuff out there about how to quantify, how to really diagram and understand personality, what makes people tick. Of course, social sciences are always going to be imperfect. Everybody gets that, but it is worthwhile and mission critical research. So they leverage something called Big Five personality trait model. It's a fun name. And that is one of the bedrock foundations for how we started constructing these questions. For sure. And they found it time and time again across various demographics and cultures. Everyone else agreed on 6 key factors that made cool. And these were folks who are extroverted, hedonistic, adventurous, open, powerful, and autonomous. And no, I mean, at the end of the day, there's a lot of the conversation around that. Just kind of involves like living your life and just sort of taking things as it comes and learning and having your eyes open to experience. And the fact that it's doing this, a lot of this really tracks.
Yeah, it matches up perfectly with Brad's summer.
That's true, but we all agreed off night that not cool, and that there's a difference between something that is genuinely, cool and something that maybe is a fashion trend, or if it's fashion from the top down, it's a status, industry trend. Right. So let's talk beauty. Extrovert. Are you outgoing? You tend to start the conversation. This doesn't just mean being loud. It also means that when you engage with people, you are also actively listening to what they have to say. You're not talking at them about yourself or the information you want to convey. You're making a communal space to be full of shit. This is the part that's fascinating. The idea does often get a bad rap. Debauchery and the unchecked, unhinged partying. That's not necessarily introduced to this particular way of concept. Yeah, the Hinduism, that concept, as a word, it gets a bad rap party. It means because holding a deep appreciation for pleasurable things and seeking them out in anything that you enjoy, it can be an act of sympathy and two people openly and enthusiastically enjoy stuff. We also effectively communicate that enjoyment to others to share it. So a people doesn't just say, yeah, we just poetry, okay? If they like poetry, instead, they take a step further and say, I love poetry. Here's a specific poem I think you will enjoy as well. They will please you.
So they want to know about your appreciation of it rather than just telling you about their appreciation.
They love it so much that they want to share it with others. And I think we could always be just very fine line between that enthusiasm and someone who they know it all constantly telling people what they should or should not like. And we also know that there's no quicker way to turn somebody off from something than that. Yeah, especially telling people what they don't like, what they should not like, always bullshit. Yeah, it's the worst. And I know I've known people like that, and we all have throughout our lives. And often it is the hallmark of maybe someone who's a little younger and not fully set in their confidence, and they feel the need to couch everything with negativity because this is so great. It's a way of saying, I am better because I know that there's other things. But as you get a little older, I feel at least, I'm less interested in telling people what isn't good, and I'm more excited about if something comes up that I think we should do. Yeah, I like sharing stuff. I hope everybody does sharing specific things based on what you have learned about places because these are the things is learning, right? Learning from hearing about places. What did you think? You took. I said, here's questions about this because you know more about it and you don't know more about it than I do, and I like to learn stuff. And it's really, I want to thank you for being so generous because with the time and the acting. When I'm like, hey, what is this project? I'm not as much of a leader as I would like to be, and it's something that I want to be more of. So when it comes to asking for recommendations on books or poetry or things like that, I turn to you because this is something that you are incredibly passionate about, and you're also very generous about your knowledge and sharing. You know me, therefore I know that your recommendations are going to make James Joyce love letters. Little party start. And I like service. Yeah, culture. There's so many things that you're into that I'm not even into. I'm always surprised and excited because I'm so passionate about it. Sometimes I get a pen. I'm going to find yeah. I would also say that that in particular, I have to have these amazing in-depth conversations with people that come off the street. No, I'm not thinking of Joe. I'm looking at the two things. Sorry about that. Yeah, the tale with two Daniels. There's Daniel, and then there's the cooler Daniel. The cooler Daniel has somebody. So the cooler Daniel does in the series would be seem to be more adventurous. That's the fire because these people do stuff. They take risks. They travel through places. Pick up new hobbies. If you have an extra ticket to something like, say, flamenco show, say as an example, then a teacher is more likely than average to get an education from you and say, let's flamenco. I'll go. Yeah, some people do their homework too. I mean, they want to fully entrench themselves in culturally attract. They want to find the awesome past stuff. Then you're glad you can't wait to go to Japan. Then they have such a wealth of recommendations from you in your time extension. But cool people are great traveling. Yeah, hopefully we can all travel together. Everyone likes to be traveling together. They are actually on a high peak together.
Join us on the Virgin Voyages True Crime Cruise this October.
October 10th through the 15th, we'll be hanging out with House Trailer, Gary Grove. We also want to thank a very kind fellow conspiracy heroes and radio and proposed the alternative side, not just conspiracy, but a true spirit. I believe we missed that. That's pretty well done. This leads us to this idea of being adventurous and embracing stuff. It leads us to the idea of openness. These are very simple. study measures creativity, curiosity, willingness to innovate, the world that's curiosity, that's activity. And I think when the term like square gets thrown around, and that's exactly the theory that this is, it usually refers to closed-minded, someone that's not willing to someone who's not willing to do anything, but because there's a certain sense of I know everything already, and that's nothing uncool.
Yeah. So the dude is very, very cool.
That guy is super open. He also, like, that's right, there's this idea of openness as in evaluating new information or thought at its objective level, right? There's avoiding the tendency to say, I already feel like this person, so I'm going to reject the idea of where it comes from. Open people are far less likely to do that. And that's something that anybody can struggle with. Okay, the next trait is, guys, this is a bit of a sticky one, but it is one of the 16 traits of yeah, no, I'm fully on board with you. Maybe we should go down into it a bit. It's more like kind of a Kiwi, small stack, joie de vivre. How is the marriage? Powerful is sticky to share because we know that absolute power corrupts absolutely, maybe not every time. There's certain unanimous, powerful folks out there. But it's tricky. I don't know that I necessarily agree with this plan, but I guess it also could be connected to autonomy. Yeah, power to be able to self-direct your destiny and share that.
I think it's when it's directly use that concept of autonomy. These tools isn't just doing what they're told by somebody else. They have the ability to decide what they're going to do, like theoretically, this is getting at. Somebody has the power to go and do what they want. If you want to be adventurous and open, and you want to view the world in these ways and see hedonism in certain ways, and be extrovert, you have to, again, the autonomy ends up being probably the most powerful thing in the autonomy. And I think powerful is the
yeah, it's a role very that because powerful in this in a positive sense, you can you have sway into you have a meaningful place, meaningful dynamic, and importantly, you appear to be fair when it is. You have the risk as well. This directly, as we say, the that final too. Also, to your point about power past certain thresholds leads to non-ideal behavior. I remind everyone to check out the episodes with that. Absolutely, and it's a tricky question. It's a philosophical question. It is, but there's another study about playing Monopoly that I think we all have a lot of jealousy with fun. You guys remember that one?
yeah. What was it?
That's the one where they gave, so they give people, they give these students of the age here.
Yep.
They take the students and they have one group of students who plays Monopoly to regulate them. But some of the other players are given a bunch of advantages. They get to roll their dice each time, right? And first they start off with money, and then they have an interview at the end. Spoiler, Monopoly is a broken game. And at the end of that game session, they asked the people who won, who were all the folks with the advantages, they said, do you think you won because of all the advantages you have? And the majority of them said, I mean, I could see that, but not really. I'm just significantly good. I'm just really good at it. That's not real trick. The real trick was when people left that survey, they had to stand in a waiting room alone. And in this waiting room, there's a couch with a little glass jar of Canadian and a little sign that says that you still these only for kids or something like this. That would be paraphrased. The people who got the head start at Monopoly and won were for some reason far more likely to just grab a handful of candy that they bought along. So that's almost like this. a little bit more? Was it the idea of kind of going over on, the rule? The idea, yeah, was that there is how brief and fictional as it was. You see, a 1% of an operator had changed their behavior to be like that. I'm a winner. Right. These kids do get more candy somewhere else. But then that does also kind of bring up a question around this notion of power at the threshold. Like, are you able to be that that power without stomping on the little guy? Without you to really depends why arguably the system that you get, that system incentivizes for rules. And the degree of the power you possess within a given system. As you follow the regulations and agencies to respect its norms, expectations of others, to resist being a blind follower while also not violating the social compact. What we mean is that you your own person without also being seen as rude, hostile, petty, dismissive, so all the bad business stuff, the brat stuff. The brat stuff? Yeah, the brat stuff is like, yeah, you don't want to. I just, okay, because if you take these six things together, right, guys, it feels pretty self-affirming to hear these concepts and think, oh, yeah, homophobia, that's me. There's nothing wrong with having that observation or that feeling, because it's almost certain that every single person has exhibited these traits to one degree or another at some point. That's what creates it. Otherwise, the world would be full of void. I just want to use the phrase void. I don't want to. Do you want to answer it? Okay. Get the job done. We've got the news for you. So that. So you guys tell me, this makes the real argument that people who the school are expressed or likely to exhibit these traits with more perspective, perhaps to a greater degree. Yeah.
Why do we hold, let's say, certain actors who are now in their 70s, like as being some of the coolest people on the planet, like who hold a lot of these traits?
Yeah, he's definitely James Dean.
Yeah, we always get that. Yeah, but he didn't have a cause, right? No, wait, that's right.
That's what I want. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Jacket, though, that's for sure.
Yeah. So I'm imagining like Bill Murray or some of these folks that they appear to have that coolness thing, that thing where they're like just out doing things and just being themselves. And that guy's just himself. I just see that because they've been doing it for so long, perhaps, as what we're talking about here. Yeah, example that I think is right off the bat. Yeah, there's this other word, an Italian phrase, that comes from the 16th century, or a term, I guess, that comes from the 16th century, that describes cool in a way that I think almost sums some of this stuff up. It's Sprezzatura, and I've never heard of that before, Sprezzatura. And this is used to describe some dude, I don't know who this person is, Baldassare Castiglione, and this is 1528. And it's described as, quote, a certain nonchalance to conceal all art and to make what one does or say appear to be without effort. That makes sense to me, right? When you see someone cool, it's as though they're not having to do anything, and yet they're doing everything.
Well, Italian cool is still very much the hallmark of cool in terms of fashion, in terms of an effortless style, right?
Yeah.
It's part of why Dylan Lieutenant Dow is so cool. It's part of why I'm saying Alex Williams is so cool. That's what we always thought, really, but I think you got that, what's that Italian version of that product? Sprezzatura. This is also into something else. The James Dean example is interesting because in this study, they found that people who saw photographs of James Dean rated him less cool there's also this idea of drool also shows a tendency to avoid kind of putting others down in a search for power for validation, like you were mentioning earlier, though. And the tricky part is humans still don't understand themselves. So the science of personality is still very messy goal with Venn diagram spaghetti. That is another question. The one I think, I don't know if I can get, but I'm still kind of grappling with. You the same thing with me.
No, they found that it's not linked though, right? But yeah, good is very interesting. Generosity is something I was wondering like how it was seen in this study because I've always, even personally, I've always imagined that as being like good. It's like you have to be good traits, being generous with one's time and everything. Um, is that all in here anywhere in the study?
Yeah, it's wrapped up in there with stuff like the conscious, the traits they found is that was most associated with the skills with the high traditional security conscientious, but I feel like generosity is wrapped up in the it's, but yeah, it is correct. They found that cool and good are they have overlap, but they are not the same thing. And one of the best examples goes back to fictional characters. Think of some of your favorite characters in fiction. The Judge from Blood Meridian, or Anton Sugar from Still Country from Movement. Anton is cool. But he's like, good. But yeah, but that's funny you should say that. I would argue he's more cool in that old school sense, and yet he's collected an emotion and gets passionate. But that haircut, not cool, man. That's not cool. But that coin toss coverage, that's like a short film. No question about it. You're going to see this kind of thing in a lot of cultures. They have a certain code and a certain, like, because marketing cool is like being your own thing and not being at the mercy of trends. And we're going to see a lot of that come up. Going ridiculous. It's great. Well, hey, Darth Vader absolutely fast. It's kind of tough to hang out with.
Yeah. What about Johnny Cage as portrayed by Carl Urban in Mortal Kombat 2 that's about to come out?
I don't know if that would be good. Yeah, he is. This trailer is all about this, by the way. You might be looking at those characters. I'm not sure about them. It's odd. Johnny Cage is cool.
Well,
Cage is cool.
the Pete Butcher is one of the coolest characters I've ever seen.
That's what it's all. But yeah, this list goes on and especially here we got the love and anti, right? Or like the effect, or like the Mandalorian, right? This study seems, and related studies they focus on seem to validate the idea that there is this great difference. Some cool traits like extroversion, hedonism, and actually autonomy were not necessarily seen as good across the site. Anton, in No Country for Old Men, is highly autonomous. He's also highly not a good person, which is the scientific term. You would be highly not a good person right now, Todd?
Well, he is a cool guy, but he does not look at explosions.
Right. That is one of the traits. He's also a bad guy who drinks milk like him.
True.
Yeah, classic trope. And it's another thing that's about it. There's a certain connection to not having that thing on the other that is sort of identified as more of drinking milk. There's something about that, and I really see it happening. I also wonder, I don't know, it'd be great to get like one CEO and put the sharing CEO and the fellows together and just say, all right guys, what's up with your milk bills? And just see what they have to say. They would have a great conversation. But it would be like the oil is that is shocking to the next thing. Milk bills also, yeah. Oh yeah, there's a difference between road and milk and fast. Anyway, look, it seems that there is a stable core agreement about what makes someone cool across the planet, but cultures do have some variance in the level of importance they assign to one trait or another. And this is going to accept maybe Nigeria is a great case. Nigeria was the only country where autonomy didn't really factor in as far as food or unfood. So we and his team completely disconnected individuality overall wasn't really cool. And I would also be interested in seeing how, a study like this would react to communist countries. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be this more collectivist social view, right? Because, like that proverb that we mentioned pretty often in recent past, that a lot of traditional cultures in that part of the world are actually food oriented, right? It also be interesting to see this study in Japan, another culture that places great value on collective good and homogeneity. It's interesting, right? And you have to be, the researchers do a phenomenal job of not falling into stereotypes or othering their capacity to say that family connected that. So South Africa is fine. Believes that cool was incredibly distinct from the good. Cool guys are not necessarily the good guys in South Africa, according to this study. I guess shout out to Diane. But I don't know. Are they cool anymore? I don't know. They're terrible stuff. Yeah, not good. The sugar. Yeah. What? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that legal targeting is treating children, allegations of sexual abuse. Yeah, we haven't followed up on this. I may have done this, but I got it right. Yeah. And South Africa, being heavily powerful, adventurous, and autonomous, receives much, much more good than good, which indicates to researchers that those traits of low likelihood are seen as not generally good in that culture. You can't trust powerful people or heavyweight. Adventurous people and dangerous autonomous people. Interesting question. Maybe that Venn diagram overlap between the two. I think it all depends on the metric with which you use to gauge cool. So, yeah, how you frame the question, how you define with some of that undefinable thing. And there are obviously important points about the study that the researchers readily admit is that yes, you need to proven personality-based metrics to study the past, the earlier research in the field of psychology and field of sociology, but ultimately we are asking people to self-report their own opinions, right? And we're also not asking all the, let's check the little clock here, we're not asking all the 8.238 billion people on the planet for their opinion. We're asking for 6,000 people over 5 years is a lot. There's still research, but it's not everything. We're very conscious.
Here's, I just got a flash of that Detroiters episode about the hogs, about the motorcycles. Remember this?
Oh, I need to get into that show, but I don't know.
Amazing actors just passed from the Cosby Show. Malcolm Smallwood, thank you, Joe. Yeah, he was in that episode, and I'm thinking of his character. He's considered by the main characters of that show as being so cool that he rides a motorcycle, he can go wherever he wants, he can go fly to Dubai when he wants to, he doesn't have to work all the time. And it's making me think about these concepts of cool and whether or not it is, or if you guys think it is, linked to wealth, because it feels like a lot of these attributes aren't necessarily like directly, you don't have to be wealthy to have them, but if you are wealthy and you have enough income or enough liquid assets to just go do what you want to do at all times and be open and happy and all of these things.
That's that image of them.
Maybe, I guess. I just don't know if that, in this way we think society is linking that here, because it does feel like it might be. And then I think about someone who's so focused on attempting to better where they stand from a wealth perspective, and how it's really hard to hold the left attributes just on a daily basis.
Right. Yeah, I think it's very valid because money provides agency. The previous studies have proven that up to a certain income threshold,
to adjust their station lease with something like $70,000 plus up to a certain level of income in the U.S. Money does make you happy. Because it makes you right much easier. It also might be a natural hierarchy of needs. You get to a certain degree, it's not going to automatically make you cool. It's going to give you agency to engage with more of those things. When you're not struggling to simply survive, then you do have the ability to set moving and say, yeah, I'll go with you to that flamenco show because I don't, in fact, work 3 jobs and have 4 kids that I'm trying to put through college. No, being cool is certainly a luxury. You got accurate. I mean, it's not to say that you can't work a straight job and have kids and still be open and a thoughtful listener and interested to not disappear. But the whole package, if that's sort of like how you define yourself, it's not always easy to balance all of it. Well, let me put in a counter package over for you. I remember the episode of Max Games from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Max Cousins is the coolest guy who's ever been on the ship. And he's not wealthy. He's just more happy with himself, but he does all the cool things. He has the high that Max is desperately wanted the entire life. And he is not, again, he is not by any means a man of food, as we keep it, right? We work in life. And I think we see that there's a multi-dimensional thing. Yeah, and I think you're right. It's often to look cool and act cool without those things. It just, for some reason, seems to help a lot when you've just got it. It makes me think of the, guys, you have to help me, the Macklemore song about going to a thrift store. Bringing a hospitality. Yeah. That concept of appearing, you can appear as cool as you do, you don't have enough money to do it. Right. Those kinds of cultural concepts that lead in and then just, then for at least a moment in time, it's thought, oh wait, it's not cool to actually spend a crap ton of money on what I'm wearing. Yeah. And it just makes you wonder how that ebb and flow actually occurs over time with how much influence wealth actually has on the concept of what cool is. Yeah, it ends up well for the French Revolution. Oh, exactly. Well, that's a big take or no. But I'll tell you what the coolest person in Hollywood is Keanu Reeves. Because he has that SO school, he plays in a band because he loves it, not because he makes a bunch of money. He gives a lot of his earnings to charity. He apparently just lives in a small, modest house and does that for his money. And kind of self-aggrandizes. I would argue he includes every one of these things. Hopefully someone with experienced personal tragedy and has risen to the occasion is kind of an inspiring person. So let's talk about Amy Poehler. Going on a podcast talking about her CPAP machine like it's not a big deal. What up? Love that. Or to see the Applebee's, see the also talking about this. Very we know from these studies that any more questions ahead, but what we can see here, there are 2 primary arguments are that the definition of drool has not just changed, but has become more consistent across cultures, and then the other argument is that drool does not necessarily make runs good. And they've made really solid arguments for both of these ideas. Otherwise, drool has apparently become a little more consistent across human civilization. I would argue due to the rise of global communication, you are encountering more intelligence tasks that people are starting to kind of coalesce with a global consensus of food, which seems to have evolved over time. So one thing that kind of fun, we heard about COVID earlier and how that study was kind of thinking about COVID. I think it's a pretty easy argument to make that COVID also shut us back down. Financial information combined. So a lot of internet news, certain kind of things, and a lot of that stuff we birthed kind of during COVID. But one thing that I think is unfortunate in that generation, maybe past generation as well, is this sense of cringe, this sense of like trying isn't cool, like showing that you're excited about something isn't cool, that like putting yourself out on the limb to follow your dreams isn't cool. There's this wonderful poet and author, the
Jeremy Wong, who you might be familiar with. That's a really explanation that he was talking about this very thing and how if their students who teach who they're constantly running, they don't want to teach students pursue science. And I think that's especially because the enthusiasm is like those negativity. So this like guarded sense of I don't want to be seen as is caring about stuff. Yeah, quick the vibe is big. This is just another question that is probably on the mind of everyone. Right? How can I be seen? Here's the specifics are going to differ depending on your own social groups, right, and whatever media form, ideology, etc. But you and everyone else knows that an exercise these quote-unquote personality traits more than what. And without sounding too hallmarky or aesthetic or whatever, one great first step is in learning to be is learning to be with and to yourself and being autonomous enough to avoid compromising. It reminds me of an excellent book called It by Richard Kipling. If you haven't had a chance to read it, please do so. And to read up with your similar stuff you enjoy, similar poems that you feel. Have you guys read that poem? It
was a cool guy sharing his poetry.
No, we talked about this earlier.
We talked about this. I'm not doing it. I do recall it being such. It's a great poem, especially with what we're talking about. We love to hear words stop along that we enjoy. Another question, I don't know if you guys discussed this. What about figuring out what you like to see in other people? Ask yourself what makes you like spending time around them, and then ask yourself how you can be the kind of person that you would like. I think that's the kind of self that's way better than to. Then I think it's related, but there is also a starring Malcolm McDowell called It, and it's almost about like a Catcher in the Rye kind of vibe to it. It's really about this group of prep school students and this notion of like being dark direction. It's very risky. I haven't seen that. I'd love to check that out. Big Malcolm McDowell fans over here. You should check them out. He's technically, this little joke here, he's technically a co-worker of ours.
Yeah. Check out 12 Ghosts.
Yes, check out 12 Ghosts, which UBC in partnership with Ken Lindsay with House, right?
Yes, sir. Guys, I've got a list of things that are cool and not cool from Chloe McDonald, writing for The Guardian.
Well, Chloe's got it, that's it.
It's huge news.
Wait, but she's the one who says the boo-boo are the wrong thing.
Chloe knows. Not cool. Chat GPT. Pretending not to be on the pen when you are. Yeah. Cowboy boots. Labubu. Using corporate jargon outside of work, like in Q1. Talking about sleep scores. Giant adult sippy cups, LinkedIn, Birkin bag, and including your Myers-Briggs in your dating bio.
What about Birkin? Birkin's cool now? No. What does Chloe say about Merc? What about Birkin? You need to fill it up.
Merkin, Jerkin, all the stuff. Not as in like Jerkin.
Right. Yeah.
Jerkin.
The Jerkin is Jerkin.
I don't. Oh God. I don't know. What is cool?
What is cool?
Being a member of a library. Good service anywhere. The world like this sounds like propaganda. Asking questions. Hey, that's cool. That is definitely one of the cool things we can do. Restaurants where you don't have to shout at each other to be heard. Something called Kupros, maybe? Colorful toothbrushes? I don't know what that is. Ordering an object to view at the V&A East storehouse. What does that mean?
With these toothbrushes and with this V&A tape.
I don't know about this. I'm not bored with Chloe. So, not being a TV snob. That's cool. Using lamps rather than the big light in any room you're in. And read.
and being okay with aging. I love aging. I think aging kicks ass. I think it also first off, thank you for it. I think this also shows us that there is still a subjective to these, especially when our corresponding affairs being physical objects, right? That's the case with nothing as well. Chasing through never really works because simply a convenient life corporation serves up to us every day with a serious damage and everyone involved. I think the real key to business is the internal steady. You don't have to travel to Nepal to be cool, right? Like depending on how you talk about it, like might not make the town very cool at all, right? You have to find out and you know, I don't. It feels like that kind of switching could be S, but it does also feel true. Yeah, man. Cool. Cool, Daddy. What's that song that West Side Story? Sharks can just be cool, boy.
When you're a jet, get it all the way.
That's what we're be cool. I think, wow. As a fan of musicals, I'm starting to realize. Oh, cool. Okay.
Your first cigarette, your last diet day.
But that's the one song I know. As a fan of musicals, there's so many musicals where in my head I know maybe three songs. Boy, boy, crazy boy, get cool, boy. Got a rocket in your pocket. Keep cool, boy.
What's a rocket in your pocket?
Don't get hot, cause man, you got some high times ahead. This is slow and daddy up. You can live it up and die in bed. All right, cool. That's pretty cool to me. That's a side Shakespeare. That's probably the best thing to end it. The idea of being with yourself. And you wish you got on your own journey. When you do have to say, oh, what about this? Just study cool people. It's freely available online. There's a lot more detail to it than we can express to people. But we can't say it's incredibly constituted, so boring, and Jim J. Chet to make it free to the public. We also think it's extremely cool that you chose to spend some of your time with us on this episode. We're looking forward to hearing from you folks. Fellow conspiracy realists, what's the coolest thing you've done? We're witness. You send us the email and reached out yet? Because this is pretty cool if you did. Read it, buzz it, easy does it. Turn off the juice, boy, and head on over to conspiracy stuff that we do on X, SJK, Twitter, and on YouTube. Video content below for a release and you join. Pretty cool. You can also find the handle on Facebook. That Facebook group is where it is crazy. On Instagram and TikTok, I'll go with the TikTok shop. You can give us a call. We are 1-833-STBWYTK. When you call in, let us know where you get your local food. And also give yourself a full name and let us know if we can use your name and message on the air. If you want to send us an email, we are. We support Harvard QC, Delaware, yet other things. Sometimes the word right back. To learn more about weird stuff that was historically cool and looks super, super strange now, check out Ridiculous History's upcoming episode on Fabergé Egg. In the meantime, walk out here in the dark. Leave us at the crossroads. Conspiracy, iHeartRadio.com.
Just So You Don't Want You to Know is a production of iHeartRadio. For more podcasts from iHeartRadio, visit the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to your favorite show. Hello, what is the time? After hello, what is the time?
It's 7:34 a.m.